Welcome to Zen Mind Sleep. The embers of our fire glow softly tonight, casting long, dancing shadows across the humble walls of our gathering place. Outside, the crickets sing their ancient song, a lullaby to the weary earth, and the scent of damp earth and pine needles drifts in through the open window. My dear friends, you are still awake, I see. Your eyes carry the quiet weight of thoughts that refuse to settle, hearts perhaps still wrestling with the echoes of yesterday. The tea in your cups has long grown cool, much like the night air that now brushes against our skin. Have you ever found yourself, my friends, standing at the edge of a deep well, peering into its dark waters, hoping to find a lost reflection there? You reach out, you call, you whisper questions into the void. Questions about what was, what happened, what should have been. It is a very human thing, this yearning for answers from things that may never speak back, this urge to fight against the current of what is. I remember a farmer, old Master Lee, who lived by the river bend when I was a young monk. His fields were his life, and one year, a great drought settled upon the land. The sun beat down mercilessly, cracking the earth, shriveling the young sprouts. Every morning, Master Lee would walk to his fields, his gaze fixed on the dry, dusty soil, his hands clenched into fists. "This should not be happening," he'd mutter, his voice raspy with frustration and despair. He spent his days in endless worry, pacing, lamenting, arguing with the cloudless sky. His face grew thin, his eyes hollow. If fighting reality, my friends, truly brought peace, why did old Master Lee feel only exhaustion? Why did the parched earth still pull at his very soul? Why did his mind keep returning to the memory of the lush green fields of years past, as if thinking about it one more time would finally bring the rain? The truth, dear ones, is often simpler, yet profoundly harder to grasp, like trying to hold water in your hands. Accepting what you cannot change is not weakness. It is not resignation. No, not at all. It is the beginning of a kind of inner freedom that feels as vast and quiet as the night sky above us. This is something the ancient teachings, the teachings of the Buddha, have always understood, something I have learned deeply in my own meditations. Sitting for countless hours beneath the watchful gaze of the old Bodhi tree. Pain, in its rawest form, is a natural part of this human journey, like the chill that accompanies the winter wind. But pain becomes heavier, far heavier, when the mind argues with its presence, much like Master Lee arguing with the drought. Loss, dear friends, becomes a bottomless pit when the heart refuses to release its grip, clinging to the phantom of what once was. And life becomes an unbearable burden when you keep demanding a different ending from something that has already unfolded, already been written into the fabric of time. Tonight, as these stories unfold around our quiet fire, I hope something inside you, my friends, will begin to loosen its grip. Perhaps you'll feel it in your shoulders, the slight easing of a tension you've carried for too long. The fierce need to control every ripple in the pond of life will soften, like a hand slowly unclasping. The old, persistent questions that echo in the lonely hours before dawn will not feel as loud, and the weight you have carried, sometimes, for years, will start to feel lighter, like a cloak shed on a warm evening. Slowly, gently, you will begin to understand that peace is not found by forcing life to bend to your will, but by learning how to meet life just as it is, with a calm mind and an open, understanding heart. This is not just a lesson about acceptance, dear ones. No, not at all. This is the very path to inner freedom, the path that leads back to your own true self. And this is where the real journey begins, not with a grand stride, but with a quiet step. Because acceptance is not only about letting go of a particular pain, it is about seeing the hidden war, the silent, relentless battle happening inside your mind every single day. Most people, my friends, believe that suffering comes only from what happens to them, the illness, the betrayal, the loss, the unkind word. But the ancient wisdom, the wisdom I have spent a lifetime studying and living, teaches something far deeper, far more subtle. A very large part of our human suffering comes from simply refusing to accept that something has already happened. Tonight, you are going to understand why this constant arguing with reality quietly drains your peace, saps your energy, and diminishes your very ability to feel alive in the present moment. And once you truly see it, truly feel it, you may never look at your struggles in the same way again. There is a kind of violence, my friends, that leaves no bruises on the skin, no visible marks that an outer eye can see, yet it destroys people from the inside every single day. It happens silently in the quiet chambers of the mind. No one sees it, no ambulance comes for it, no one speaks of it at family dinners around a bustling table. But it exhausts millions of people across the world, leaving them hollow-eyed and weary. It is the insidious violence of arguing with reality. It begins the moment life does not go the way you wanted, the way you painstakingly planned, the way your heart secretly hoped. Someone you loved dearly leaves. A dream you nourished for years collapses like an old hut in a storm. Your body changes in ways you did not anticipate. A betrayal cuts deep into your trust. An opportunity you longed for simply disappears like mist in the morning sun. And instead of grieving it, instead of slowly, gently accepting what is already true, the mind, in its fear and its stubbornness, starts fighting reality itself. "This should not have happened," it whispers fiercely. "They should have treated me differently. My life was supposed to look different, wasn't it? If only I had said something else, if only I had one more chance to turn back the clock." And without realizing it, without even a conscious choice, many people spend years, decades even, emotionally wrestling with moments that no longer exist, clinging to the phantom of what was. This, my dear friends, is one of the deepest teachings in the path I follow. Pain is natural as breathing, as natural as the turning of the seasons. But resistance, that stubborn refusal to let things be, multiplies suffering 1,000-fold. The initial event, the wound, it hurts once, sharp and clear. But the mind, oh, the mind repeats that hurt thousands upon thousands of times by refusing to let reality be what it already is. It is. Almost like reopening the same wound every morning, gently at first, just to check if it still hurts, then picking at it until it bleeds anew. And the strange, heartbreaking part is that most people do not even notice they are doing this. They think they are thinking deeply, trying to fix things, trying to find a solution. But often, they are simply trapped in a mental argument with life itself, an argument that has no winner, only exhaustion. Think about how utterly exhausting that is, my friend. Imagine trying to walk upstream against a powerful current day after day, year after year. Reality, like the river, keeps moving forward, flowing onward, while your mind, in its attachment, keeps dragging you backward, back to the memory of the shore you left behind. Life says, "It happened." The mind, stubborn and hopeful, says, "But it should not have." Life says, "It is over." The mind whispers, "But I need another ending, a different resolution." Life says, "This person changed." The mind cries out, "But I need them to become who I wanted them to be, who they once were." This constant inner conflict, this relentless tug of war, slowly, subtly drains your spirit. Not all at once, like a sudden flood, but little by little, like water leaking from a cracked container, drop by precious drop, until the well of your spirit feels dry. I have seen it countless times in the faces of those who come to the temple. Many people are not tired because life is impossible, my dear ones. No, they are tired because their minds are constantly fighting things they cannot change, things that have already been woven into the past. The ancient wisdom teaches that reality does not bend simply because the mind refuses to accept it. The rain still falls, even if you wish for sun. People still leave, even if you beg them to stay. Bodies still age, even if you yearn for youth. Death still comes, even if you wish for endless life. Change still happens, as inevitable as the sunrise. And this is where suffering becomes truly dangerous, my friends. Because when the mind cannot control reality, when it fails to bend the world to its will, it often starts attacking itself instead. That is why some people become bitter, their hearts like hardened fruit after a heartbreak. Others become anxious, their minds a constant whirring of worry after a failure. Others spend decades angry at their childhood, their parents, or even themselves, carrying that anger like a heavy unseen sack. They believe they are fighting the past, my friends, but the past, like a spent candle, is already gone. What they are really fighting is the inability to accept that the past cannot be rewritten, that the pages have already turned. That realization, when it first arrives, can hurt deeply, like a fresh wound, because a part of the ego, that proud, stubborn part of us, secretly believes that if it keeps suffering long enough, if it grieves deeply enough, reality will eventually apologize. The universe will finally relent and make things right. But life, dear ones, rarely apologizes in the way people hope it will. Sometimes there is no explanation. Sometimes there is no tidy closure. Sometimes there is no justice that feels satisfying, no neat balancing of the scales. Sometimes people hurt you, deeply, irrevocably, and continue sleeping peacefully at night, their dreams untroubled. Sometimes you give your heart, whole and vulnerable, to someone who simply cannot hold it carefully, cannot cherish its fragile beauty. Sometimes good people, truly good people, lose things they never deserved to lose, things that feel stolen by an indifferent world. And this is where many minds begin breaking themselves apart, not because pain exists, for pain is part of our journey, but because they cannot stop arguing with the simple, undeniable fact that pain exists. The Buddha, our great teacher, once taught that attachment creates suffering. But many people, my friends, misunderstand what that truly means. Attachment is not only attachment to people or to possessions, to comforts or to ambitions. Sometimes the deepest, most insidious attachment is the attachment to how life was supposed to go, the narrative, the script we wrote in our minds. That expectation, that rigid story, becomes a prison, its bars forged from our own desires. A person says, "I was supposed to be loved by now, wasn't I? I was supposed to be successful by now. My family was supposed to understand me, to see my heart. My life was supposed to be easier, simpler, happier." And when reality, in its vast indifference, does not match the story spun in the mind, frustration begins growing like stubborn weeds in a neglected garden, choking out all the delicate flowers of peace. This is why, my friends, two people can experience the exact same event, the same loss, the same disappointment, yet suffer in completely different ways. I remember two brothers, both losing their small boat in a sudden violent storm that swept across the lake. Old Master Kenji, their father, had built that boat with his own hands, plank by careful plank. For one brother, the loss was a profound grief, a deep sadness for the passing of a family legacy. He cried, he, mourned. He spoke of his father, and slowly, gently, he grieved. For the other brother, the loss became a bitter, raging anger. "It shouldn't have happened," he'd shout, his voice echoing across the now calm waters. He mentally fought the storm every day for years, replaying the moments, questioning every decision. One accepted change, however painful. The other kept demanding the old version of life back, the boat, the feeling of safety it brought. One allowed pain to move through him like a passing cloud. The other built an identity, a fortress of resentment around resisting it. And eventually, my friends, that resistance became heavier, far heavier than the original pain of the lost boat itself. There are people, perhaps even some of us here tonight, still emotionally living inside arguments from 20 years ago, still replaying conversations, every word, every nuance, still trying to mentally defend themselves against people who may not even remember the situation anymore. That, my friends, is the quiet violence of refusing reality. It chains your nervous system, your very spirit, to moments that no longer exist, moments that have vanished into the great river of time. Your body continues living in the present, walking, breathing, speaking, while your mind stays emotionally trapped in another time, another place, another argument. And slowly, imperceptibly, peace simply disappears, like the morning dew beneath the rising sun. You see it everywhere, if you but open your eyes. Someone cannot accept the natural process of aging, the subtle changes that time inscribes upon us all. So they become obsessed with trying to look younger every year, terrified of every wrinkle, every silver hair, as if time itself is a personal enemy to be fought and defeated. Someone cannot accept rejection, that sting of not being chosen. So they keep chasing people who clearly no longer want them, clutching at shadows. Someone cannot accept uncertainty, the inherent unpredictability of life, so they overthink every single detail, every possible outcome, until their own thoughts exhaust them, their minds a tangled knot of worry. Someone cannot accept imperfection in themselves or in others, so they spend their entire lives feeling inadequate, no matter how much they achieve, how many accolades they collect. Underneath all of it, my friends, is the same hidden struggle. Reality did not match the mind's demands, the ego's script. The ancient teachings do not tell people to stop caring about life, dear ones. No, that would be a cold and lifeless path. They teach people to stop destroying themselves, to stop that relentless inner warfare, fighting what already exists, what is already true. That is very, very different. Acceptance is not saying that pain feels good or that a wound is welcome. Acceptance is simply saying, quietly, honestly, this is what is here right now, in this moment. And, strangely, that simple shift, that gentle surrender, changes everything. Because when the mind finally stops screaming at reality, when that inner battle ceases its relentless clamor, energy, precious energy, becomes available again. You can breathe again, truly breathe, deeply, fully. You can think clearly again, your mind no tranquil pond instead of a turbulent river. You can sleep, truly sleep, without mentally replaying every mistake, every missed opportunity. You stop, carrying the impossible burden of trying to undo what cannot be undone, of trying to rewrite history with your tears. One of the hardest truths to accept, my friends, like a rough stone in your hand, is that reality does not need your agreement to be real. A storm does not stop because you dislike the thunder and the driving rain. A breakup does not reverse itself because your heart cannot accept it. A person does not suddenly become emotionally healthy and kind because you love them deeply, with every fiber of your being. Life simply continues, flowing onward in its own mysterious way. At first, this sounds harsh, even cruel, but hidden inside it, like a jewel in the rough, is a profound freedom. Because once you stop demanding that reality becomes something else, something more palatable, you can finally meet life honestly, openly, instead of constantly resisting its flow. And honesty, my dear ones, is where healing truly begins. Many people, my friends, think healing means erasing pain, making it vanish as if it never existed. But the ancient wisdom often points towards something much gentler, much wiser. Healing is learning how to stop turning pain into a permanent inner war, a relentless battle within your own soul. There is a huge difference, a vast ocean of difference between feeling sadness, a natural human emotion, and becoming consumed by resistance to sadness, fighting it every step of the way. A huge difference between grief, a sacred process of mourning, and refusing to let grief move naturally, holding it hostage. A huge difference between remembering pain, learning from it, and worshiping pain, making it the altar of your entire life. The mind that constantly argues with reality, that refuses to accept what is, eventually becomes addicted to suffering. A strange and terrible addiction, because suffering, in its twisted way, creates the illusion of control. If I keep thinking about it, the mind whispers, maybe I can fix it. If I keep replaying it, maybe I can change it. If I keep hurting over it, maybe, just maybe, it will somehow become different and I will be spared. But reality, my friends, remains unmoved, as steadfast as the ancient mountains. And this is why acceptance, true acceptance, feels so terrifying to many people. They confuse acceptance with defeat, with giving up, with waving a white flag. They think accepting reality means approving of it, saying that what happened was good or okay. But those are not the same thing at all. Not even close. You can accept that someone hurt you deeply, grievously, without saying what they did was okay, without excusing their actions. You can accept a profound loss, a gaping hole in your life, without pretending you wanted it, without denying the ache in your heart. You can accept the ending of something cherished without denying the profound love you felt, the joy it once brought. Acceptance simply means you stop demanding that reality become different, that the past rewrite itself before allowing yourself to heal, to breathe, to find peace. That, my friends, is where peace begins entering the body again. Not when life becomes perfect, not when every answer arrives, not when every wound magically disappears, but when the inner war, that relentless battle, slowly, quietly, quiets down. Some people, I have observed, spend their whole lives waiting for reality to become comfortable, to perfectly align with their desires before they allow themselves to feel peace. But peace, my dear ones, was never hiding inside perfect circumstances. Peace appears, like a shy deer in the forest, when the mind stops resisting the truth of the present moment, when it finally lets go of its desperate grip. And that, I tell you, takes courage. Real courage is not controlling everything around you, manipulating the world to your will. Real courage is sitting quietly with reality, just as it is, without needing to escape it, to numb it, to deny it, or to rewrite it. That is why the monks at our temple, and indeed throughout the ages, spend so much time observing the mind, sitting in silent meditation, because they understand something most people miss in their busy lives. A restless mind, a mind constantly at war with reality, creates endless suffering, even inside lives that seem outwardly comfortable and abundant. You can have much money, my friend, and still suffer. You can have loving relationships and still suffer. You can achieve great success and still suffer deeply afterward. Why? Because external comfort, outer achievements, cannot truly free a mind addicted to resistance, a mind that refuses to let go. A person can move to another city, seeking a fresh start, and still carry the same inner chaos, the same restless mind with them. They can find another partner, another companion, and still repeat the same emotional patterns, the same struggles. They can achieve success, reach the peak of their ambitions, and still feel empty afterward, a hollow ache in their heart. Why? Because the deepest suffering was never only outside them. It was inside, in the constant, relentless battle against reality itself. And perhaps this explains, my dear ones, why some people become calmer, more serene after enormous hardship, after weathering storms that would break others, while some others become permanently bitter, their hearts like stone from smaller pains, from minor disappointments. The calm person, the one who finds peace, eventually stopped arguing with what happened. They grieved, yes. They felt the pain, but they let go of the fight. The bitter person, however, kept demanding another past, another story, another outcome, forever trapped in the should have been. This does not mean, my friends, that acceptance happens overnight, like a sudden flash of lightning. No. Sometimes, acceptance comes in tiny pieces, like scattered petals falling silently to the ground. First, the mind softens, a slight easing of its rigid grip. Then, the body relaxes, a loosening of the shoulders, a sigh that escapes unbidden. Then, the endless replaying of memories, the constant mental chatter, slowly decreases, like a fading echo. Then, one day, quite unexpectedly, you notice it. The memory no longer controls your entire nervous system, no longer sends shivers of fear or waves of anger through your body. You remember, yes. You remember the event, the person, the loss. But you are no longer trapped inside that remembering, no longer captive to its power. That, my friends, is healing. Not forgetting, not pretending it didn't hurt, not becoming emotionless and cold, but finally, gently, allowing reality to exist just as it is, without fighting it every second, every breath. And something surprising, something truly beautiful happens after that. Life itself begins feeling lighter, unburdened. Not because problems disappear, no, problems are part of life's tapestry, but because you stop carrying the extra weight, the crushing burden created by your own resistance. A difficult truth, a heavy fact, becomes easier to hold once you stop demanding it becomes something else, something more comfortable. Even grief, that deep, universal sorrow, changes shape when it is no longer mixed with the bitter taste of resistance. I have seen people who lost someone they deeply loved, their hearts shattered into 1,000 pieces, yet eventually they found a quiet peace again. Not because the loss stopped mattering, no, true love never stops mattering, but because they stopped mentally screaming against the fact that it happened, stopped fighting the unchangeable. That does not erase love, my friends. If anything, it honors love more honestly, more profoundly, because love does not need denial to remain meaningful, to remain sacred. The same is true for regret, that sharp, persistent thorn in the heart. Everyone, every single one of us has moments they wish they could change, words they should have said, risks they should have taken, warnings they ignored, versions of themselves they no longer recognize, ghosts of the past. But there comes a moment, a quiet turning point, where healing asks a painful question, a question that cuts to the core. How long, dear one, will you punish yourself for simply being human? How long will you carry this heavy burden? Because no amount of guilt, no amount of self-flagellation can rewrite time, and no amount of self-hatred, however fierce, can heal the past. At some point, my friends, the mind must stop placing itself on trial, day after endless day, constantly reliving the verdict. This is one reason the ancient teachings, the teachings of the Buddha, emphasize compassion so deeply. Not only compassion for others, for their struggles and their imperfections, but compassion, soft and gentle, toward your own imperfect humanity. You are always going to make mistakes, my friend. You are always going to misunderstand some things too late, to see clearly only in hindsight. You are always going to outgrow old versions of yourself, shedding them like old skin. That is part of being alive, part of the human journey. And perhaps true inner freedom, the kind that truly liberates the soul, begins the moment you stop demanding perfection from a life that was always temporary, always uncertain, always changing, like the shifting sands of a desert. Reality, my dear ones, was never designed to obey the ego's fantasies, its elaborate scripts and desperate desires. People change, like the clouds drifting overhead. Bodies age, like the ancient trees slowly weathering the years. Plans collapse like sandcastles against the tide. Emotions rise and fall like the waves upon the shore. Nothing stays fixed forever, immutable and constant. At first, this truth, this stark reality of impermanence feels uncomfortable even, unsettling, like an unexpected chill in the air. But eventually, it becomes strangely liberating, like shedding a heavy cloak. Because once you stop expecting permanence from temporary things, you stop being shocked, truly shocked, every time life changes, every time the unexpected arrives. You begin flowing with life, like a river winding through its landscape, instead of constantly resisting its natural movement, like water trying to destroy the stones in its path. And maybe, my friends, that is what wisdom truly is. Not becoming invincible, not controlling every outcome, not escaping pain forever into a serene bubble, but learning how to remain soft, gentle, and open inside a world that constantly changes, a world of beautiful, heartbreaking impermanence. A soft mind, a flexible mind, survives reality far better than a rigid one. A flexible tree bends gracefully during violent storms, swaying with the wind, while stiff, unyielding branches snap and break. The same is true emotionally, my friends. People who cannot accept change, who cling desperately to what was, often break under its inevitable weight. But people who slowly, patiently learn acceptance, who embrace the flow of life, become more peaceful, more resilient, even in the heart of uncertainty. Not because life stops being difficult, no, but because they stop fighting every difficult moment, every shift, as if reality personally betrayed them, singled them out for cruelty. And perhaps tonight, as the fire flickers and the world outside sleeps, this is what your heart most needs to hear, my friend. You do not need to solve your entire life right now, in this moment. You do not need to force every answer to appear before you. You do not need to mentally wrestle every painful memory, every regret, until the sunrise. Some things happened. Some things ended. Some questions may remain unanswered, forever shrouded in mystery. And despite all of that, despite the incompleteness, despite the wounds, peace is still possible. Not through relentless control, not through endless overthinking, not through desperate bargaining, but through slowly, gently releasing the argument with reality itself, that fierce internal battle. Because the moment the war inside your mind begins quietly settling, inner freedom, like a shy, beautiful bird, quietly begins appearing in its place, unfurling its wings. And slowly, As that inner war begins to quiet down, the mind begins to face one of its deepest, most primal fears. Because once you stop arguing with reality, once you lay down your inner weapons, another question immediately appears, a question that can send shivers down the spine of the ego. If I accept this, truly accept it, does that mean I am giving up? Am I surrendering? Am I weak? That question, my friends, scares many people more than the pain itself. More than the loss itself. And tonight, you are going to understand why true acceptance is not weakness at all. In many ways, it is one of the strongest, most courageous things a human being can ever learn to do. There is a strange misunderstanding, my dear friends, a deep-seated belief that keeps many people emotionally trapped for years, sometimes for entire lifetimes. They believe that acceptance means becoming passive, becoming weak, becoming defeated. They think that accepting reality means saying, nothing matters anymore, shrugging their shoulders in indifference. They confuse peace with surrender, and they confuse softness with powerlessness, as if a gentle heart must also be a fragile one. But the ancient wisdom, the path of the Buddha, teaches something completely different, something far more profound. Acceptance is not giving up on life, my friend. No. Acceptance is giving up the exhausting, soul-sapping fight against what is already real, what has already transpired. That distinction, my friends, changes everything. Because many people, deep in their hearts, are secretly at war with acceptance itself. They hold on to their suffering, they clutch it tightly, because they secretly believe that letting go would mean they did not care deeply enough, that their love was not strong enough. They think that moving forward, that finding peace would somehow dishonor the pain, dishonor the relationship, dishonor the dream or the cherished version of life they lost, the future they envisioned. So they continue carrying emotional weight, a crushing burden, long after the moment has passed, long after the event has faded into memory. Not because they want to suffer, no human being truly desires suffering, but because suffering, in its twisted way, feels loyal, feels like proof of their devotion. And this, my friends, is one of the most heartbreaking traps the mind creates for itself. A person loses someone they loved with all their heart, and a part of them, deep inside, believes that healing, that finding joy again, would somehow betray the memory of that love, that person. Someone experiences rejection, a stinging blow to their self-worth, and they hold on to sadness. They cling to it, because letting go feels like admitting defeat, like saying they didn't deserve what they longed for. Someone experiences failure, a setback in their path, and instead of learning from it, instead of rising again, they emotionally chain themselves to shame, to self-punishment, because they think self-punishment proves responsibility, proves they care enough. But punishment, my friends, is not wisdom, and suffering forever is not proof of love. Many people do not realize, truly realize, how much precious energy they waste trying to emotionally resist reality, all while pretending they are being strong, that they are being resilient. But there is nothing strong, nothing noble about constantly breaking your own heart with the same memory, day after endless day. There is nothing courageous about mentally reliving pain, replaying it again and again until it becomes your very identity, the story you tell yourself and the world. Real strength, my friends, is something quieter, something deeper. It is the profound ability to look honestly at what is true, at what is, without collapsing under its weight, without dissolving into despair. The ancient teachings often speak about the difference between pain and attachment. Pain, my friends, is simply part of life's tapestry, an inevitable thread woven into our existence. But attachment to how things must be, to a specific outcome, to a rigid expectation. That is what creates deeper, more enduring suffering. And one of the strongest attachments people carry, often unconsciously, is the attachment to control. The ego, that part of us that desires certainty, desperately wants life to obey its plans, its intricate designs. It wants predictability, permanent happiness, permanent relationships, permanent success, a world without surprises. But reality, my friends, does not operate that way. Everything changes, like the ceaseless flow of the river. Everything moves, everything eventually transforms, like the seasons. And the moment life refuses to follow the mind's script, when the unexpected arrives, fear appears, cold and sharp. That fear often whispers dangerous lies into the ear of the mind. If you accept this, you are weak. If you let go, you lose something precious. If you stop fighting, they win. Reality wins. If you move on, it means it never mattered. It means your love was meaningless. So the mind, in its fear, keeps resisting reality, keeps fighting, even when that resistance is slowly, steadily destroying its own inner peace, its own serenity. But the ancient wisdom teaches that acceptance is not about approving pain, not about condoning harm. It is about seeing clearly, with open, unclouded eyes. A person standing in a fierce storm is not weak for admitting it is raining, for feeling the chill and the wetness. A person grieving is not weak for admitting something precious has ended, for feeling the ache of absence. A person healing from a broken heart is not weak for admitting they cannot force another human being to love them correctly, to cherish them as they deserve. That honesty, my friends, that clear-eyed truth, is courage. For denial is often far easier, far more comfortable than truth. Many people, I have observed, spend years pretending they are okay, putting on a brave face while quietly drowning inside, suffocating under the weight of unacknowledged pain. Others spend years pretending they are fighting, bravely battling against their circumstances, when really they are just refusing to face reality honestly, refusing to see what is. But true acceptance, the kind that transforms, requires enormous inner maturity, a profound strength of spirit. It asks you to stop hiding, stop bargaining with fate, stop pretending, stop demanding another version of life before allowing yourself peace, before granting yourself the grace of rest. That, my friends, is not weakness. That is emotional bravery, courage of the highest order. There is a reason, my dear ones, why peaceful people often appear calmer, more centered than everyone else in difficult situations, in moments of crisis. It is not because life hurts them less, not because they are immune to pain or disappointment. It is because they stopped resisting every painful truth as if reality personally attacked them, as if the universe conspired against them. They understand something most people do not. Reality, even harsh reality, becomes lighter, far lighter, when you stop carrying the extra weight of resistance on top of the original pain. Think about someone, my friend, trapped in quicksand, slowly sinking into its treacherous depths. Panic makes them sink faster. Fighting wildly against the sand, flailing their arms and legs, only pulls them deeper, faster. The calmer they become, the more they relax into the situation, the more clearly they can move, the more chance they have of finding a way out. The human mind, my friends, works in much the same way. Panic clouds wisdom, resistance clouds clarity. Desperation clouds judgment, making us act impulsively. Acceptance, however, creates space, a quiet clearing in the mind to respond wisely, thoughtfully, instead of emotionally exploding against reality, against what is. This is why acceptance is deeply, profoundly connected to peace. Not because peace means life becomes easy or free of challenge, but because the nervous system, your body, your very being, finally stops living in constant internal combat, in a state of perpetual alert. I've seen people whose entire bodies are exhausted, utterly depleted from fighting reality. Their shoulders stay tense, always hunched, as if bracing for a blow. Their thoughts never slow down, a ceaseless, frantic hum. Their sleep feels restless, shallow, haunted by unspoken worries. Their emotions swing wildly, like a pendulum between fragile hope and suffocating fear. And underneath it all, a single, exhausting sentence that goes constantly in their mother minds. This should not be happening. This is not how it's supposed to be. That sentence, my friends, quietly drains life from people, little by little, because reality does not stop existing simply because the mind refuses to welcome it, refuses to acknowledge its presence. Aging still happens. Loss still happens. Change still happens. Uncertainty still happens. And eventually, the mind must choose between endless, futile resistance or gradual, gentle acceptance. Not. Because acceptance feels emotionally easy? No, it can be profoundly difficult. But because resistance, in its relentless persistence, eventually becomes unbearable, a weight too heavy to carry. Many people fear acceptance because they think it means losing control, losing their grip on life. But ironically, my friends, acceptance is what finally allows you to regain control over yourself. Not control over life, not control over other people, not control over outcomes, for those are often beyond our grasp, but control over your own response, over your own inner world. And that, my friends, is where true power begins. True freedom. The ancient teachings repeatedly tell us that suffering grows, deepens, when the mind clings too tightly to things outside its control. This does not mean becoming emotionless, a cold, unfeeling statue. It means learning the profound difference between caring deeply, loving with all your heart, and detaching your entire inner stability, your very sense of self, to temporary conditions, to outcomes that will inevitably change. You can love someone deeply, truly, without controlling them, without manipulating their choices. You can work hard, diligently, toward a dream, without emotionally collapsing every time life changes direction. You can grieve, honestly, with open tears, without letting grief consume your identity forever, without making it your entire story. This, my friends, is the middle path. The gentle balance the ancient wisdom speaks about so often. Not extreme detachment, not cold indifference, not obsessive attachment, a suffocating grip, but balanced awareness, a steady, calm presence. Many people think acceptance means they stop trying altogether, that they simply give up on their dreams, their efforts. But acceptance and effort, my friends, are not enemies. No, they are companions on the path. A farmer accepts the changing seasons, the cold of winter, the heat of summer, yet still plants his seeds with hope and diligent labor. A sailor accepts that the vast, powerful ocean cannot be controlled, that its currents and winds are beyond his command, yet he still learns how to navigate its waves wisely, skillfully. A peaceful person accepts uncertainty, the inherent unpredictability of life, yet still continues building a meaningful life, tending to their garden, brick by careful brick. Acceptance does not stop action, my friends. It stops emotional warfare against reality, that exhausting inner battle. And strangely, wonderfully, once the mind stops fighting reality, clearer action becomes possible, more effective action. People trapped in resistance in that endless internal argument often make decisions from panic, from fear, from ego, or from desperation. They chase unavailable people, force impossible situations, destroy their own peace trying to control outcomes that were never theirs to command. But acceptance, dear ones, allows for wiser movement, for a more graceful dance with life. You begin responding thoughtfully instead of reacting impulsively. You stop begging life to become something else, something more comfortable, before allowing yourself dignity, before granting yourself peace. And this is where acceptance becomes deeply empowering, my friends, instead of passive. Because the moment you stop emotionally wrestling with reality, your energy returns, not all at once like a sudden flood, but slowly, like the morning light. The mental noise decreases. That incessant chatter softens. The obsession lessens its grip. The emotional exhaustion eases, and suddenly, wonderfully, you can see possibilities that resistance kept hiding from you. Possibilities veiled by your own struggle. Many people I have seen delay healing because they secretly believe acceptance means the story is over, that there is nothing left. But often, my friends, acceptance is what finally allows a new chapter to begin, a fresh page to be written. A person cannot truly heal from a breakup while constantly pretending the relationship still exists, while clinging to its ghost. A person cannot grow after failure while emotionally refusing to admit the failure happened, refusing to learn its lessons. A person cannot adapt to change while demanding the past return exactly as it was, unchanged and familiar. Reality must first be acknowledged, fully and honestly, before wisdom can emerge from it, before a new path can reveal itself. This is why denial, in its subtle forms, feels so heavy over time. It freezes emotional movement, trapping the heart in a stagnant pool. Acceptance allows movement again, like water finally flowing freely after being trapped behind a blocked dam. There is also another misunderstanding about acceptance, my friends, one that causes much unnecessary suffering. Many people think acceptance means never feeling sadness, anger, or grief again, becoming emotionally numb. But the ancient wisdom never teaches emotional numbness. It teaches non-attachment, a gentle holding. That means emotions are allowed to exist, to flow through you, without becoming permanent prisons, without becoming your entire identity. A peaceful person still feels disappointment, still feels sadness, still feels loss. But they no longer build an endless identity around those emotions, no longer make them the core of who they are. They let emotions move naturally, like clouds across the sky, instead of turning them into lifelong emotional resonances, a constant hum of suffering. That, my friends, takes wisdom. Because the human ego loves permanence. It wants emotional stories that explain everything forever. I am the abandoned one. I am the victim. I am the failure. I am the unloved person. But the ancient wisdom gently asks a deeper question, a question that can shatter these old narratives. What happens, dear one, when you stop turning temporary pain into a permanent identity, into the whole of who you are? That question, my friends, changes lives. Because many people are not only carrying pain, they are carrying stories about pain, narratives they repeat so often to themselves and to others that the stories begin shaping their entire existence, their very perception of self. And slowly, tragically, they stop seeing themselves clearly. They become fused with suffering, indistinguishable from it. Acceptance loosens that fusion, not by denying pain, not by pretending it's not there, but by refusing to let pain define the entire self forever. This is why true acceptance often feels quieter than people expect. It's not dramatic, not loud, not performative, not something you announce to the world. Sometimes it simply looks like a person finally taking a deep, unburdened breath after years of emotional tension. Sometimes it looks like no longer checking a phone every 5 minutes, hoping someone changes their mind, hoping for an impossible message. Sometimes it looks like sitting peacefully with uncertainty, with not knowing, instead of trying to force answers, to grasp at control. Sometimes it looks like grieving, honestly, with open tears, without needing revenge, without needing to lash out. Sometimes it looks like finally saying, "This hurts, yes, this truly hurts. But I no longer want to destroy myself fighting it, fighting this reality." That moment, my friends, is sacred, truly sacred, because it is the beginning of emotional freedom, a quiet, gentle liberation. And perhaps one of the hardest parts of acceptance, like a bitter root unearthed, is realizing that life was never fully controllable to begin with. The mind wants guarantees, my friends. It wants certainty before it will allow peace. It says, "I will relax once everything is resolved, once every loose end is tied. I will feel safe once life becomes predictable, a clear, straight path. I will feel peaceful once nobody ever disappoints me again, once no one hurts me." But life, my dear ones, cannot make those promises. No human being, however kind or powerful, can guarantee permanent comfort, permanent safety. And if peace depends entirely on controlling external life perfectly, on bending the world to your will, then peace will always remain fragile, like a delicate butterfly's wing, easily broken. This is why the ancient teachings place so much attention on inner stability, on a steady, calm heart, instead of outer perfection, on a flawless life. Outer life will always change. People will misunderstand you sometimes. Plans will fail sometimes, crumbling to dust. Bodies will weaken eventually, inevitably. Unexpected pain will appear like a sudden storm. But inner freedom, my friends, comes from learning how to remain emotionally grounded, steady, strong inside. Uncertainty, instead of demanding uncertainty disappear forever. That is real strength, not domination over life, not control over others, but balance within life, a quiet, unwavering center. And this strength often looks very different from what society praises, what the world often celebrates. The world often champions aggression, relentless control, emotional hardness, and endless ambition, always striving, always achieving. But many people who appear powerful externally are collapsing internally, their inner world a battleground. They cannot sit alone quietly, cannot tolerate uncertainty, cannot handle rejection without emotional destruction, cannot accept change without panic, without fear taking over. That, my friends, is not strength. That is dependency, a profound neediness disguised as confidence, as outward power. A truly peaceful person does not need reality to obey them, to cater to their desires in order to remain centered, in order to remain calm. And that kind of peace, my friends, cannot be purchased, cannot be forced, cannot be performed for an audience. It is built slowly, patiently, through acceptance, moment by moment, breath by breath, truth by truth. This does not mean life suddenly becomes painless, my friend. No, it means pain no longer completely controls the direction of your inner world, no longer dictates your every thought and feeling. You stop becoming emotionally possessed by every difficult moment, every challenge. You become softer, not weaker. You become wiser, not colder. You become calmer, not detached from the beautiful, messy complexity of humanity. And perhaps this is why acceptance feels so misunderstood, so elusive, because from the outside, calmness, quietude, can appear passive, like a still pond. But inside, my friends, tremendous inner work is happening, a profound transformation. A person is resisting the urge to panic, to flee, resisting the urge to obsess, to replay endlessly, resisting the urge to emotionally chase control, to grasp at certainty, resisting the urge to collapse into hopelessness, into despair. That, my friends, is discipline. Deep discipline. The kind that transforms lives quietly, gently, over time. And one day, something surprising happens, something truly remarkable. You realize acceptance did not take your power away, did not diminish you. It returned your power to you, restored it to its rightful place. Because now, your peace no longer depends entirely on controlling every outcome, on manipulating every situation. You can survive uncertainty. You can survive endings. You can survive disappointment, not because they stop hurting, no, but because you stop, turning every painful experience into total inner destruction, into a catastrophic collapse of your being. That, my friends, is what inner freedom begins to feel like. Not invulnerability, not a shield against all pain, but flexibility, like a willow tree bending in the wind. Not perfection, but groundedness, a deep root in the earth. Not emotional numbness, but emotional wisdom, a clear, discerning heart. And maybe tonight, my friend, as you listen to the distant call of the night birds, this is what your heart most needs to understand. Acceptance is not quitting on life. It is quitting the war against reality. That relentless, exhausting battle that has been quietly draining your soul for years, perhaps for decades. And the moment that war begins to end, something powerful, something truly sacred begins returning to you. Your clarity, your energy, your dignity, your ability to breathe fully again, to take deep, unburdened breaths. And perhaps for the first time in a long, long time, your ability to feel peace without needing life to become something different first, without needing the world to perfectly align with your desires. And as the inner war slowly begins to quiet down, another truth starts revealing itself, like a hidden spring bubbling to the surface. Acceptance is not only about learning how to face reality, stark and unyielding as it may be, it is also about learning how to feel pain, to truly experience it, without allowing that pain to become the entire definition of who you are, without letting it consume your very being. Because one of the greatest dangers of suffering, my friends, is not only that it hurts, that it wounds us. It is that over time, subtly, insidiously, the mind begins turning pain into identity, making it the core of who we believe we are. Tonight you are going to understand why the ancient teachings tell us that pain may visit your life, like a guest, sometimes an unwelcome one, but it was never, ever meant to become your permanent self, your eternal dwelling place. There is a silent moment, my friends, a quiet turning point that changes many people forever, and most do not even realize when it happens. It is the subtle, almost imperceptible moment when pain stops being merely an experience, a passing feeling, and starts becoming an identity, a label we wear. At first, a person simply feels hurt, a sharp, clear ache. Then, slowly, without noticing, without a conscious decision, they begin becoming the hurt person, not someone. Experiencing grief, no, but someone who believes grief is now their entire existence, their very essence. Not someone who went through rejection, but someone who believes they are permanently unlovable, flawed, unworthy. Not someone who failed once, who made a mistake, but someone who now sees themselves only as failure itself, a walking embodiment of error. And this, my friends, is where suffering becomes much deeper, far more entrenched than the original wound, the initial pain. Because pain, in its raw form, enters human life naturally, like the rain upon the earth. But identity, that label we cling to, holds the pain in place, keeps it alive long after the moment has passed, long after the storm has gone. The ancient wisdom teaches something very important about the human mind, my friends. The mind clings. It grabs onto experiences, onto labels, onto memories, onto emotions, onto stories. And then, quietly, almost imperceptibly, it says, "This is who I am now. This is my truth." That attachment, that clinging to identity, becomes dangerous because eventually the person no longer knows where the pain ends and where they, their true self, begin. You see this everywhere in life, if you look closely, my friend. Someone experiences a profound betrayal, and years later, they still introduce themselves to the world through a veil of distrust, their heart guarded. Someone loses a cherished relationship, and afterward, every conversation, every new encounter becomes shaped by the shadow of abandonment, the fear of being left again. Someone struggles emotionally, perhaps with anxiety or sadness, and slowly, they stop seeing themselves as a human being going through pain, a temporary visitor, and start seeing themselves only as the broken one, the permanently damaged soul. The tragedy, my friends, is not only the pain itself. The deeper tragedy is forgetting there is still a self, a whole, complete self, underneath the pain, untouched by its passing shadow. This is one reason the ancient teachings place so much importance on awareness, on mindfulness. Awareness, that quiet, observant presence, creates distance, a gentle space between you and your suffering. Without awareness, emotions completely consume identity, merging into one. With awareness, however, you begin realizing something life-changing, something profoundly liberating. I am experiencing pain, yes, I am feeling this ache, but I am not pain itself. I am not my suffering. That single realization, my friends, that subtle shift in perspective, can completely transform the way a person heals, the way they move through their life. Because many people secretly believe that if they stop identifying with pain, if they loosen its grip on their sense of self, then their experiences will no longer matter. Their wounds will be forgotten. But the ancient wisdom teaches the opposite. You can honor your suffering, truly honor it, without worshiping it forever, without making it the centerpiece of your life. There is a profound difference, my friend, between acknowledging a wound, tending to it with care, and building your entire personality around bleeding, around the constant reopening of old hurts. And sadly, modern life, in its complexities, often encourages people to become trapped inside these emotional identities. People repeat their pain story, their narrative of suffering, so often that it becomes the main way they relate to themselves and to others, the lens through which they see the world. The mind says, "This happened to me, therefore this is who I am." But pain, my friend, is an event, a passing phenomenon, not a permanent identity, not your eternal truth. Clouds pass through the sky, some dark and stormy, some light and fleeting, but the sky itself remains vast and unchanging. Emotions pass through the mind like the changing weather, but awareness, that quiet, steady presence, remains beneath them, untouched. And this, my friends, is one of the deepest forms of inner freedom the ancient path offers. The profound understanding that thoughts, feelings, wounds, fears, and grief are all experiences, temporary. Movements passing through consciousness, They are not the total, unchangeable truth of who you are. This does not mean denying emotions, my friend, stuffing them down or pretending they don't exist. In fact, the ancient teachings encourage people to fully witness emotions, to sit with them, to feel their raw presence instead of suppressing them. But witnessing is very different from becoming consumed, from merging completely. A peaceful person allows sadness to exist, to flow through their heart, without turning sadness into their permanent self-image. Without making it their defining characteristic. A peaceful person allows grief to move naturally, like a river seeking the sea, without making grief the center of their entire identity forever, without building their life around its altar. That, my friends, is emotional wisdom, a profound strength. Many people think healing means never hurting again, never feeling sadness or anger. But healing is often much simpler, much gentler than that. Healing is learning how to carry pain, how to hold it tenderly, without allowing it to swallow your identity whole, without letting it become all that you are. Because pain changes shape, softens its rigid edges, when the mind stops feeding it with endless self-definition, with labels and stories. Think about how often people say things like, I am anxious, I am damaged, I am unwanted, I am ruined. And while those words may feel emotionally true in painful moments, the mind slowly, subtly absorbs them as identity. The person no longer experiences anxiety occasionally. They become the anxious person. They no longer experience heartbreak. They become the abandoned person. The wound stops being temporary, a passing visitor, and starts becoming a personal identity, a permanent resident. That, my friends, is where suffering hardens, where it becomes intractable. The ancient teachings gently interrupt this process, this subtle merging. They remind people that all inner experiences, all thoughts, all feelings, all sensations are temporary movements, like ripples on a pond, not permanent definitions of who you are. Even intense emotions eventually shift, change, transform. Fear changes. Grief changes. Anger changes. Shame changes. Nothing emotional stays frozen forever, immutable and unchanging, unless the mind constantly rebuilds it, constantly reinforces it through attachment and repetition, through that relentless internal narrative. This is why awareness matters so deeply, my friends. The moment you become aware of pain, truly aware, without completely fusing with it, without merging into its current, something powerful happens. Space appears, a quiet, sacred space between you and your suffering. Not a distance that removes humanity or compassion, no, but enough space to breathe again, deeply, fully. Enough space to observe instead of drown. Enough space to realize this feeling is visiting me. Yes, it is here, right now, but it is not the entirety of me. It is not all that I am. That space, my friends, is sacred. Because many people have spent years, even decades, trapped in emotional identities they never consciously chose, identities thrust upon them by circumstances or by others. Perhaps someone criticized them repeatedly as a child, harshly, relentlessly, and now they carry the identity of not being enough. Perhaps someone abandoned them, leaving a gaping wound, and now they carry the identity of being unwanted, forever fearing rejection. Perhaps life disappointed them repeatedly, crushing their hopes, and now they carry the identity of being cursed, believing bad things always happen to them. But identities built from pain, my friends, are rarely accurate reflections of reality. They are survival stories, narratives created by wounded minds trying desperately to make sense of suffering, trying to find a reason, a purpose. And the mind becomes very attached to these stories, to these identities, because familiarity, even painful familiarity, feels safer, more predictable than uncertainty, than the unknown. Even painful identities can feel emotionally comforting, simply because they are known, they are familiar. A person who believes they are unworthy may unconsciously reject love, push it away, because the old familiar identity of unworthiness feels more comfortable, more known than the frightening possibility of happiness, of acceptance. The person who sees themselves as broken, as fundamentally flawed, may resist healing, may even sabotage it, because healing threatens the very identity they have carried for years, the story they have told themselves. This is why letting go of pain-based identity, of these old stories, can feel so frightening. Not because suffering feels good, no, but because the ego fears not knowing who it is without the suffering, without the story. And this, my friends, is one of the most hidden fears in human life, a question that lingers in the quiet hours. Who am I without my pain? Who am I if I stop calling myself broken, if I release that label? Who am I if I stop defining myself by what happened to me, by my wounds? Many people never ask these questions deeply enough. Instead, they continue unconsciously protecting the very suffering they want to escape, clinging to its familiarity. The ancient path gently invites people into another way of seeing themselves, a more expansive, more fluid way. Not as fixed identities, rigid and unchangeable, not as permanent emotional stories etched in stone, but as constantly changing beings, flowing and adapting, moving through temporary experiences, like rivers flowing through a landscape instead of statues frozen in place. This perspective, this gentle understanding, softens suffering tremendously. Because once identity becomes flexible, once it loosens its grip, healing becomes possible, truly possible. The person no longer says, "This is who I am forever. This is my unchangeable truth." Instead, they begin saying, "This is what I am feeling right now. This is what I am experiencing in this moment." That subtle shift, that gentle movement of language and perception, creates emotional movement. And movement, my friends, is essential for healing. Pain becomes dangerous when it becomes frozen identity. But emotions naturally want to move, to flow, to change when they are allowed to exist without resistance or attachment, when they are given the freedom to be. A child, when they fall and scrape their knee, cries fully, deeply, letting the tears flow. Then moments later, they are laughing again, playing, their pain released. Adults, my friends, often lose this precious ability because the mind clings to emotional narratives, to stories of pain, long after emotions naturally wanted to pass, to shift. A painful event happens, and then the mind replays it endlessly, like a broken record. Not because the body wants endless suffering. No, the body yearns for peace. But because the ego fears releasing the identity, the story attached to the suffering. This is why many people stay emotionally exhausted, their spirits drained. The nervous system never receives permission to stop defending the old wound, to put down its guard. The mind keeps scanning life for proof that the identity is true. If I was abandoned once, then everyone will leave me. If I failed once, I will fail again. If someone hurt me, then nobody is safe. The original pain, the initial wound, becomes a lens through which all future experiences are interpreted. And eventually, life itself starts shrinking, becoming smaller, more constrained. Not because reality became smaller, no, but because identity became imprisoned inside suffering, a captive in its own mind. Buddhist awareness, that quiet, steady light, slowly breaks this prison open. Not by forcing positivity, not by pretending pain never happened, but by gently, patiently reminding the mind, you are larger than this moment. You are larger than this emotion. You are larger than this story, this narrative of pain. That truth, my friends, often takes years to fully understand, to truly integrate, especially because suffering can feel so personal, so deeply entwined with our sense of self. When pain enters the heart deeply, cutting to the core, it often feels permanent, eternal. The mind says, I will always feel this way. This pain will never leave me. But human emotions, dear ones, are like weather patterns, constantly shifting. Intense storms with their thunder and lightning can feel endless while they are happening, yet eventually they shift, they pass, they move on. The problem, my friends, is not only pain itself. The deeper problem is the mind trying to turn temporary emotional weather into permanent identity, into an unchangeable truth. This is why awareness and mindfulness are so powerful, so central in the ancient practice. They teach people how to observe emotions, to witness them, without becoming emotionally possessed by them, without being swept away. A thought appears, like a leaf floating on the river. A feeling appears, like a ripple. A memory appears, like an echo. But instead of instantly merging with it, instead of diving headfirst into its current, awareness quietly watches, like sitting calmly beside a river, observing its flow, instead of being swept away by every current, every eddy. This skill, my friends, changes lives because once awareness strengthens, once that quiet presence grows, the person realizes they can experience pain without becoming consumed by it, without being drowned. They stop panicking every time sadness appears, every time a cloud of sorrow passes. They stop labeling themselves permanently every time fear visits, every time anxiety tightens its grip. They stop believing every painful emotion defines their entire future, their whole existence. And slowly, gently, the nervous system begins calming down, finding its natural rhythm again. There is another important truth hidden here, my friends, a truth often overlooked. Pain often wants witness, not resistance. Many people, when faced with pain, either suppress it, push it down, or obsess over it, replaying it endlessly. But the ancient wisdom teaches another path, a middle way, the path of compassionate observation. To sit with pain honestly, to allow grief, sadness, fear, or loneliness to exist, to breathe, without judgment, without immediately trying to fix it, without turning it into identity, without building a permanent home inside it. That kind of presence, my friends, that gentle, accepting awareness, is deeply healing. Because many wounds become heavier, far heavier, simply because people are constantly fighting their own emotions. They say, I should not feel this way. I need to get over this immediately. What is wrong with me for still feeling this? That self-judgment, that harsh inner critic, creates secondary suffering, a fresh wound on top of the original pain. Buddhist compassion, that gentle kindness, interrupts this cycle. It says, this hurts, dear one, and I can still hold myself gently, tenderly, while it hurts. I can still offer myself comfort. That gentleness, my friends, matters more than people realize, especially in a world where many individuals learn to treat themselves harshly, brutally, whenever they suffer, whenever they struggle. Some people speak to themselves with more cruelty, more judgment than they would ever use toward another human being, even an enemy. And over time, that inner harshness, that relentless self-criticism, deepens emotional wounds, making them fester. But compassion, that soft, accepting heart, softens identity, loosens its rigid grip. Not by denying responsibility or avoiding growth, no, but by allowing humanity, by accepting your own beautiful, flawed human nature. You are human enough to hurt, my friend. Human enough to struggle. Human enough to feel overwhelmed sometimes. And none of those things, not a single one, erases your worth, your intrinsic value. Pain often convinces people they are damaged beyond repair, fundamentally broken. But the ancient wisdom reminds us that suffering is part of human existence, a shared thread, not proof of personal failure, not evidence of defect. Even wise people suffer. Even peaceful people grieve. Even spiritually awakened people feel sadness, feel the sting of loss. The difference, my friends, is not the absence of pain. The profound difference is how tightly the mind clings to the pain afterward, how it integrates it. A person trapped in identity says, "This pain defines me. This is who I am now." A person practicing awareness, however, says, "This pain is visiting me. It is here now, but it is not all of me." That difference, my friend, changes the entire emotional experience, opens up a world of possibility. And perhaps this is why so many people feel emotionally lighter, a burden lifted, after simply being deeply understood by someone, truly seen and heard without judgment. Because for a moment, they stop feeling fused with their suffering. They feel a separation. They feel seen beyond the wound, seen beyond the fear, seen beyond the grief. And maybe this, my friends, is what many hearts truly long for in the quiet hours of the night. Not perfection, not constant happiness, but the simple reassurance that pain, however deep, does not erase their humanity, does not diminish their worth, because underneath every wound, every scar, the original self still exists, still breathing, still aware, still capable of healing, still capable of peace. A quiet, steady flame. The ancient teachings constantly return to this understanding, this profound truth. Nothing is fixed forever. Everything moves. Everything changes like the ever-flowing river, including pain. Even the emotions that feel unbearable, that feel like they will last forever, eventually shift shape, eventually transform, when they are no longer constantly fed through attachment and identity, through that relentless internal narrative. This does not mean healing follows a perfect timeline, a straight path. Some wounds take time, much time to mend. Some grief arrives in waves, ebbing and flowing, then crashing again. Some pain softens slowly, gently, like winter turning to spring. But healing, my friends, becomes possible the moment identity loosens its grip around suffering. The moment you stop defining yourself by your wounds. And one day, often quietly, unexpectedly, the person notices something surprising. The pain is still part of their story. Yes, an undeniable chapter. But it is no longer the entire story, no longer the whole book. They can smile again without guilt, truly smile, their eyes soft. They can rest again without fear, their bodies unburdened. They can love again without believing the past completely defines the future, without fear of repetition. Not because life became perfect, no, but because they stopped reducing themselves to the worst thing they experienced, to their deepest wounds. That, my friends, is the ancient art of letting pain exist without becoming your identity. Not denying pain, not worshiping pain, but allowing pain to move through the heart without building a permanent throne inside the soul, without giving it ultimate dominion. And maybe tonight, my friend, as you listen to the distant sounds of the sleeping village, this is what your heart most needs to hear. You are not only your sadness. You are not only your grief. You are not only your mistakes. you are not only your heartbreak. You are not only the chapters that wounded you, that left scars. There is still a deeper self, a true self, underneath all of it. A self that existed before the pain arrived, before the wound appeared. A self that still exists now, quietly waiting, patiently, beneath the noise of suffering, beneath the clamor of the mind. And the moment you stop defining yourself entirely by your wounds, the moment you loosen that grip, healing no longer feels impossible, an unreachable dream. It begins feeling human, profoundly human, and possible. And once you begin to see, truly see, that pain is not your whole identity, that it is but a visitor, another door opens, a quiet, almost imperceptible opening. Because if you are not your pain, my friend, then you do not have to keep returning to the moment that created it, as if your life is still trapped there, frozen in time. You do not have to keep walking back, step by painful step, into the same memory, the same scene, hoping, praying that this time, this one, last. Time, the ending will change. The words will be different. This is where the mind becomes very clever, very cunning. It tells you it is only trying to understand, only trying to make sense of things. It tells you it is only trying to protect you, to shield you from future harm. But sometimes, my friends, what you call reflection, what you believe is deep thought, is really a quiet prison, a self-made cage of memory. And tonight, you are going to understand why. Replaying the past over and over like an endless loop does not edit the past, does not change a single word. It only steals life, precious, irreplaceable life from the present moment. There is a special kind of tiredness, my friends, a unique weariness that comes from living in two places at once. Your body is here, right here, breathing in this moment, feeling the warmth of the fire, hearing my voice. But your mind, a part of it, is somewhere behind you, a ghost in the past. It is sitting inside an old conversation, reliving every word. It is trapped in an old mistake, dissecting every choice. It is reliving an old heartbreak, feeling its familiar ache. It is dwelling on an old decision, questioning its wisdom. It is clinging to an old version of yourself, a person who no longer exists. You may be walking through your day, my friend, speaking to people, cooking meals, tending your garden, working, even smiling when you need to smile. But deep inside, a part of you is still pressing rewind, still stuck in a loop. You return to the same scene, the same argument, again and again, like a moth drawn to a flame. What if I had spoken differently? What if I had walked away sooner? What if I had stayed quiet, held my tongue? What if I had noticed the signs, read the signals? What if I had not trusted them so completely? What if I had chosen another path, a different turn in the road? And the mind, in its desperate hope, keeps turning these questions over and over, like a hand turning a locked door, hoping one day, this time, it will finally open, revealing a different reality. But the past, my friends, is not a door you can reopen. It is a room you have already left, even if your thoughts, in their stubbornness, keep going back to sit inside it, to inhabit its shadows. This is why the ancient teachings speak so deeply, so profoundly about the present moment, about the sacredness of now. Not because the past means nothing. No, the past shapes us, teaches us. But because the present, this very breath, this very moment, is the only place where life can actually be touched, can actually be lived. The past can teach you, yes, it holds many lessons, but it cannot hold you, cannot sustain you. The past can shape you, mold you, but it does not have to own you. does not have to be your master. The past can be remembered, honored, understood, but it cannot be edited by suffering, however deep that suffering may be. And that, my friends, is the painful truth many people instinctively avoid, turning away from its starkness. No amount of replaying, no amount of mental wrestling can change what happened. No amount of guilt, however fierce, can rewrite one sentence spoken long ago. No amount of regret, however poignant, can open a closed day and rearrange its details. No amount of overthinking, however meticulous, can go back and make someone love you better, listen sooner, stay longer, or understand your heart the way you needed them to, the way you longed for. Yet the mind still tries. It tries because it hates helplessness, that feeling of being powerless. It would rather suffer with the illusion of control, with the feeling that it is doing something, than sit quietly with the truth that some things are finished, complete, irrevocably gone. That is why replaying the past can become so addictive, so compelling. It gives the mind something to do with pain, a task, a purpose. It creates the feeling that you are working on the problem, that you are actively seeking a solution, even when the problem is no longer available to be solved, no longer exists in the present. A person may say, "I am just trying to understand what happened. I need to know why." And sometimes, yes, understanding matters. Reflection, deep and honest, can be wise, can bring clarity. Learning from the past can protect the future, guide your steps. But there is a profound difference, my friend, between learning from a memory and living inside it, dwelling there endlessly. There is a difference between taking wisdom from pain, extracting its precious lessons, and forcing pain to repeat itself every night, every day, like a cruel ritual. Reflection, true reflection, has an ending, a resolution. Rumination, however, has no ending, no point of completion. Reflection says, "What can this teach me? What wisdom can I glean?" Rumination says fiercely, "How can I punish myself with this again? How can I re-inflict this wound?" Reflection creates clarity, a calm understanding. Rumination creates exhaustion, a profound weariness of spirit. Reflection helps you return to life, to the present. Rumination keeps you trapped in a mental courtroom where you are both the judge and the accused, endlessly prosecuting yourself. This is where many people lose their peace, my friends. They are not only remembering the past, they are prosecuting themselves with it, relentless in their self-condemnation. They bring up old evidence every day, present the case again and again. They replay old scenes, every detail, vivid. They call old witnesses in their imagination, rehashing conversations. They argue with people who are no longer in the room, no longer in their lives. They defend themselves to people who may never understand, never truly see their heart. They ask questions that have no answer, questions that echo into emptiness. And after all that mental labor, all that emotional expenditure, nothing changes, except their own nervous system becomes more tired, more frayed, more depleted. Buddhist wisdom, with its gentle gaze, invites you to notice this pattern, this subtle trap, not with shame, not with judgment. Because the mind does not replay the past because it is foolish or inherently cruel. It replays the past because it is trying desperately to find safety. It believes that if it studies the pain long enough, if it dissects every angle, it can prevent future pain. It can shield itself from hurt. It believes that if it finds the exact mistake, the precise misstep, it can guarantee nothing like that ever happens again, that it can control the future. But life, my friends, does not give that kind of guarantee. You can learn. You can become wiser. You can become more careful. You can strengthen your boundaries, protect your heart. You can listen more closely to your intuition, to that quiet inner voice. But you cannot create a life where nothing painful ever happens again, where you are immune to suffering. And if your mind believes endless replaying will create perfect safety, a foolproof shield, it will never let you rest, never let you find peace. This is why the past can become a false teacher, a misleading guide. It teaches through fear instead of wisdom. It says, never trust again, never try again, never open your heart again, never believe in yourself again. It takes one painful chapter, one difficult experience, and tries to turn it into the law of your entire life, a rigid decree. But the ancient wisdom teaches that everything changes, everything evolves, even pain, even fear, even the meaning of what happened to you. A memory that once felt like a life sentence, a permanent burden, can slowly, gradually become a teacher, a source of profound wisdom when you stop using it as a weapon against yourself, when you release its power to harm. The past, my friends, is not meant to be erased, to be wiped clean. It is meant to be understood, honored, and released from the role of controlling your whole inner world, from being the conductor of your present experience. I have seen people who are not truly living their lives, not fully present. They are living their memories, dwelling in the echoes of what was. They wake up in the morning, and the first thing their mind does is return to what went wrong, to the unfulfilled expectations. They compare today, its fresh possibilities, to what was lost yesterday, to the phantom of what was. They measure every new person against an old wound, a past betrayal. They bring yesterday's fear, its cold shadow, into today's possibility, its nascent light. Then they wonder why life feels heavy, why their spirit feels so burdened. The reason, my friends, is simple. You cannot carry every old version of yourself, every old hurt, every old memory, and still feel light, still feel free. At some point, the hands of the heart become full, brimming over, full of what should have happened, full of who should have stayed, full of what you should have known then, full of what you should have said, the words left unsaid. Full of the younger version of you, the one who did not understand then what you understand now, with the clarity of hindsight. And this is where compassion becomes necessary, my friends, essential to our journey. Because many people are not only replaying the past, they are attacking their past self with the knowledge they have today, with the wisdom they gained through pain. They say fiercely, "How could I have been so blind? How could I have trusted that person? How could I have wasted so much time, so much effort? How could I have made that terrible decision?" But the version of you who lived through that moment, my friend, did not have the wisdom you have now. They had the wounds, the fears, the hopes, the confusion, and the limited understanding they had then in that moment. They were not operating with today's clarity, with today's hindsight. They were doing what they could with the awareness they had, with the tools they possessed. This does not mean every choice was good, or that there are no consequences. It means healing requires fairness, a gentle fairness toward your own humanity, toward your past self. You cannot keep beating an old version of yourself relentlessly for not knowing what only pain eventually taught you. That, my friends, is not growth. That is cruelty, wearing the mask of reflection. The ancient wisdom encourages right understanding, clear seeing. This means seeing clearly with an open heart, not seeing harshly with a judgmental eye. Clear seeing says, "That happened. I see what I did not understand then. I see what I need to learn from this. I see what I must not repeat." Harsh seeing, however, says, "I am stupid. I am ruined. I should have known everything." I am fundamentally flawed. One, my friends, brings wisdom, a quiet, deep learning. The other brings shame, a suffocating, paralyzing burden. And shame, dear ones, does not free you from the past. It ties you to it more tightly, binds you to its chains. When you replay the past through the lens of shame, the memory becomes heavier each time, more crushing. It stops being a lesson, a guide, and becomes an identity. You begin to believe you are the mistake. You are the loss. You are the failure. You are the person who was left. You are the person who was not chosen. You are the person who ruined everything. But this, my friends, is not truth. This is pain speaking in a convincing voice, a voice that whispers lies. The ancient path asks you to listen more deeply than pain, to listen to the quiet truth beneath the surface. Beneath the noise of regret, there is often a softer truth, a gentler understanding, asking to be heard. Maybe the truth is, I needed love then. I needed connection. Maybe the truth is, I wanted safety. I longed for security. Maybe the truth is, I did not know how to protect myself then. I was vulnerable. Maybe the truth is, I was afraid. I was overwhelmed. Maybe the truth is, I was learning. I was simply doing my best. When you see the past with compassion, with that gentle understanding, the mind begins to loosen its rigid grip. The memory may still hurt, yes, it may still carry a sting, but it no longer needs to humiliate you, no longer needs to drag you into endless self-attack, into that relentless inner battle. It can become part of your path, part of your story, instead of the place where your spirit remains trapped, frozen in time. There is another reason, my friends, why people replay the past, a subtle, almost unconscious motivation. They are trying to create a different ending emotionally, a more satisfying resolution, even though the actual ending, the event itself, cannot change. The mind replays the conversation, and this time, it finally says the perfect, witty words, the triumphant rebuttal. It imagines walking away with dignity, with grace, with an unshakable poise. It imagines being understood, truly seen and heard by the other person. It imagines the other person crying, apologizing, returning, realizing what they lost. For a few seconds, for a fleeting moment, the mind feels a strange relief, a momentary reprieve. Then reality, stark and unyielding, returns, and the heart feels the wound again, fresh and raw. This cycle, my friends, can become painfully addictive. An endless loop of imagined repairs to real wounds. But an imagined apology does not heal the body, does not mend the spirit. An imagined ending does not change what happened, does not rewrite history. An imagined version of someone suddenly becoming kind, understanding, compassionate, does not remove the truth of how they behaved, how they wounded you. This does not mean imagination is bad, no. Imagination is a beautiful gift. It means the heart must eventually stop feeding on fantasies, on illusions that keep it emotionally tied to what is gone, to what no longer exists. Sometimes the most healing sentence, the most liberating truth, is also the hardest one to utter, the hardest one to accept. It happened the way it happened. Not the way it should have, not the way you deserved, not the way your heart desperately wanted, but the way it happened. This sentence, my friends, can feel cold at first, stark and unforgiving like a winter wind. But it is actually a doorway, a quiet opening. Because when you finally stop trying to mentally edit the scene, to rearrange the past, you can begin caring for the person who survived it. And that person, my friend, is you. Many people focus so much on changing the past, on rewriting history, that they forget to comfort the self who is still hurting, deeply hurting, in the present moment. They keep asking relentlessly, why did it happen? Why me? But rarely ask, what do I need now, in this moment? What does my heart require? They keep asking, how could they do that to me? But rarely ask, how can I protect my peace today? How can I guard my spirit? They keep asking, what if I had chosen differently, taken another path? But rarely ask, what wise choice is available to me now, in this present moment? The mind, addicted to the past, my friends, asks questions that lead backward, trapping you in its shadows. The awakened mind, however, begins asking questions that lead forward, toward light, toward possibility. This is not about rushing yourself, my friend, forcing healing before your heart is ready. The ancient wisdom is not asking you to force a false peace. It is asking you to stop mistaking endless replaying for healing. Because sometimes, what feels like processing, what feels like working through, is actually reopening the wound, picking at the scab. And there comes a moment, a profound turning point, when the wound does not need another replay, another dissection. It needs kindness. It needs stillness. It needs permission to close, to finally begin to mend. The past becomes easier to release, my friends, when you truly understand that memory is not the same as reality. A memory is the mind's echo of something that happened, a faint reverberation. And every time you replay it, every time you revisit that echo, the mind may add fear, anger, regret, or longing to it, coloring it with fresh emotion. Over time, you may no longer be suffering only from what happened, from the original event. You may be suffering from all the event. Meanings your mind has attached to what happened, from the stories you've told yourself about it. This is why two people can remember the same event, the same conversation, so differently. Memory is not a perfect recording, my friends. It is filtered through emotion, through perspective, through the lens of our current state. When you are ashamed, the past looks like undeniable proof that you are not enough, that you are flawed. When you are angry, the past looks like proof that life is unfair, that you were wronged. When you are afraid, the past looks like a stark warning that danger is everywhere, lurking in every shadow. But when you are calm, when your mind is still, the past may reveal a lesson, a profound insight that was hidden under the emotional storm, obscured by its turbulence. This is why stillness matters, my friends, deeply. A restless mind, a mind in constant agitation, cannot understand the past clearly. It only keeps shaking the water in the pond, churning it up, and then complains that it cannot see the bottom, cannot find clarity. But when the mind becomes still, truly still, even painful memories can be seen with more wisdom, with a gentle, discerning gaze. You begin to notice details you could not see before, nuances that were once hidden. You see your own innocence, your own vulnerability. You see your own needs, your unfulfilled longings. You see the other person's limitations, their own wounds, their own unconsciousness. You see the conditions that shaped the event, the confluence of circumstances. You see what was yours to learn, what was truly your responsibility, and what was never yours to carry. What belonged to life, to others, to the grand unfolding. This is important, my friends, very important, because many people carry responsibility for things that were not fully theirs, a crushing burden of guilt. They replay the past because they are trying desperately to find the exact point where they could have controlled something that was never truly under their control, never within their power. They think, if I had been better, they would have stayed. If I had been smarter, this would not have happened. If I had loved them differently, they would have changed. They would have seen me. But sometimes, my friends, people leave because of their own wounds, their own inner struggles, their own path. Sometimes people hurt you because of their own blindness, their own unconsciousness, their own inability to see clearly. Sometimes opportunities fail because the conditions were simply not right. The timing was off. The season was not yet ripe. Sometimes life closes a door without explaining itself, without offering a neat logical reason. Not everything that hurt you, my friend, was caused by your failure, by your inadequacy. This truth, when truly absorbed, can free a person from years of unnecessary self-blame, from that relentless internal prosecution. The ancient wisdom teaches interdependence, my friends. The profound understanding that events arise from many causes and conditions, a complex tapestry of interactions. Nothing happens from one single cause alone, in isolation. A relationship ending is not only about one person, one choice. A failure is not only about one mistake, one misstep. A painful season in life is not only about one decision, one turning point. Life is woven from countless conditions, many visible, many invisible, many beyond our comprehension. When you understand this, truly understand it, the past becomes less personal in a painful way. You stop placing the entire universe on your own shoulders, that impossible weight. You stop thinking everything happened because you were not enough, because you were fundamentally flawed. You begin seeing events more honestly, with wider, more compassionate eyes. This wider seeing, my friends, is a form of freedom, a profound liberation. It does not remove responsibility, no, it balances it. It allows you to own what is truly yours, what is within your power, without carrying what belongs to life, to timing, to other people, or to circumstances beyond your control. That balance, my friends, is very important. Some people avoid the past completely, turning their backs on it, and never learn its precious lessons. Others obsess over the past, endlessly reliving it, and never truly live in the present. The ancient way, my friends, is neither avoidance nor obsession. It is mindful understanding. You look at the past with honesty, with a clear, gentle gaze. You take the lesson. You absorb its wisdom. You release the punishment, the self-blame, and you return to the present again. And again, to this breath, to this moment. This practice, my friends, may sound simple, almost too simple, but it is powerful, profoundly powerful, because each time you return to the present, each time you choose now, you weaken the habit of living backward, of dwelling in the shadows of yesterday. The mind may still wander back, yes, that is normal, that is its nature. Memories may still rise, like mist from the valley. Regret may still visit, like an old friend. But now, you do not have to follow every memory into the old room, into that familiar prison. You can notice it, acknowledge its presence, and say, I see you. I see you, old friend. You can breathe deeply, fully. You can return gently to this moment. This, my friends, is mindfulness in real life. Not sitting perfectly like a statue while nothing bothers you, while your mind is perfectly calm, but noticing when your mind has traveled into a painful yesterday, when it has become entangled in the past, and gently, patiently bringing it home to the breath, to the rise and fall of your chest, home to the body, to the feeling of your feet on the earth, home to the room, to the flickering firelight, home to this moment, this precious, fleeting now. Because this moment, my friends, is where healing can happen. You cannot breathe yesterday's air, my friend. You cannot change yesterday's words, unspoken or regretted. You cannot hold yesterday's people in the same way, for they too have changed or departed. But you can place a hand on your heart now, feeling its steady beat. You can take one honest breath now, fully, completely. You can choose not to hurt yourself with the same memory, the same story. Now. You can begin again. Now. The present moment may feel small, insignificant compared to the intensity of the past, compared to the drama of old wounds. But it holds a power the past no longer has, a profound potential. The present can still be shaped. That is why returning to now is not weakness. It is wisdom, a deep, practical wisdom. Every time you stop replaying the past as if it can be edited, as if its script can be changed, you reclaim a little more life, a little more of your precious self. You reclaim attention, that focused presence. You reclaim energy, that vital spark. You reclaim emotional space, a quiet clearing in your heart. You reclaim the part of yourself that has been standing at the door of a closed chapter, waiting, endlessly waiting, for the pages to rearrange themselves, for the story to change. They will not rearrange, my friend, but you can write differently from here, from this moment. That is the quiet mercy of life. It does not let you edit what is gone, what is past, but it does allow you to meet what remains, what is here, with more awareness, with more kindness, with more wisdom. Maybe you cannot change the words you said then, but you can speak with more kindness now, with more presence. Maybe you cannot undo who left, but you can stop abandoning yourself now, stop neglecting your own heart. Maybe you cannot recover the time you lost, the years that slipped away, but you can stop giving more time to regret now, too. That endless replaying. Maybe you cannot erase the pain, but you can stop turning it into a daily ritual, a constant companion. Now, my friends, this is where inner freedom becomes practical. Not dramatic, not magical, but profoundly practical. It is the moment you notice the mind replaying the past, slipping into its familiar loop, and gently, firmly, refuse to participate in your own suffering. Not with anger, not with force, but with a calm, clear reminder. This cannot be edited anymore. The script is written. And then a powerful question arises. What needs my attention now? What is here in this moment that I can truly touch? That question, my friends, is powerful because it returns your life, your precious present, to your own hands. The past may have shaped you, yes, it leaves its indelible marks, but the present asks for your participation. The present asks for your care. The present asks for your honesty. The present asks for your breath, your full, conscious breath. And slowly, patiently, the mind learns a new habit. Instead of going backward, retreating into the past, every time pain appears, it begins staying close to the body, grounded in the present. Instead of rewriting old scenes, it begins listening to current needs, to the quiet whispers of the heart. Instead of arguing with memory, it begins creating peace, moment by gentle moment. This does not happen in one night, my friend, no. But it begins in one moment. One moment of noticing, of becoming aware. One moment of choosing not to replay, of gently turning away from the old loop. One moment of breathing deeply and fully instead of returning to the old wound. One moment of saying softly, clearly, I have learned what I can from this. I do not need to suffer this again today. I can choose differently. That sentence, my friends, can become medicine, powerful medicine, because you are allowed to stop suffering the same event endlessly. You are allowed to let the lesson remain, to carry its wisdom while releasing the punishment, the self-condemnation. You are allowed to remember without reliving, to recall without re-entering the pain. You are allowed to have a past, a history, without making it your home, your prison. And perhaps tonight, my friend, this is what your heart most needs to hear, needs to truly feel. The past does not need you to keep editing it, to endlessly revise its story. It needs you to finally understand it with compassion, with a gentle, accepting heart, and walk forward with the wisdom it gave you. What happened, yes, it may always be part of your story, woven into its fabric, but it does not have to keep writing every page, every chapter of your future. The old scene is over. The old words have been spoken. The old door has closed. And still, wonderfully, miraculously, your breath is here. Your life is here. Your next gentle choice is here, waiting for you in the quiet of this moment. So let the mind stop reaching for the impossible pen. Let it stop trying to rewrite what time has already sealed, what is already done. Let it rest from the exhausting work of changing what cannot be changed, of fighting the dead, unchangeable. Because the past cannot be edited, my friend, but your relationship with it, your inner stance, can be healed, can be transformed. And slowly, after the mind becomes tired, utterly weary of replaying old scenes, another truth begins waiting quietly underneath the noise. A truth so simple, so profound, that most people overlook its power completely. Some suffering, my friends, continues not because the event is still happening, not because the storm is still raging. It continues because the mind refuses to admit that it has already happened, that the storm has passed. Tonight, you are going to understand why one honest sentence, spoken with gentle awareness, can begin loosening years of emotional struggle, like a knot slowly unraveling. And why accepting that something has already happened is not the end of your peace, but the quiet, profound beginning of it. There is a strange habit, my friends, a peculiar quirk the human mind has when it encounters pain, especially deep pain. Even after something ends, truly ends, the mind continues reacting as if the event is still unfolding right now, in this very moment, as if the drama is still playing out. A relationship ended years ago, perhaps, yet the body still tightens, the stomach clenches, whenever the memory appears, whenever the ghost of it rises. A betrayal happened once, a sharp, piercing wound, yet the heart keeps preparing for it every day, bracing for impact. A humiliation passed long ago, a moment of deep shame, yet the nervous system still behaves as if danger is standing directly in front of it, an ever-present threat. This, my friends, is one reason suffering can last much longer, far longer than the actual event itself, than the brief moment of pain. The body leaves the moment, moves forward in time, but the mind, in its attachment, keeps emotionally living there, dwelling in the past. The ancient wisdom teaches that awareness brings people back into reality, back to the truth of now. And one of the most powerful forms of awareness, my friends, is the quiet, gentle recognition, this has already happened. At first, that sentence sounds painfully simple, almost too simple to be profound, like a child's rhyme. But hidden inside it, like a vast treasure, is enormous freedom, a profound liberation. Because many people spend years, decades even, mentally fighting events that are no longer happening in the present moment, no longer active. The breakup already happened. The rejection already happened. The mistake already happened. The loss already happened. The embarrassment already happened. The childhood, with all its joys and sorrows, already happened. The moment already passed through time, swept away by its current. But the mind and its refusal to let go keeps reopening it, keeps revisiting it, almost as if refusing to accept its completion, its finality. This refusal, my friends, creates enormous exhaustion, a deep soul weariness. It is like trying to hold shut a door that time itself has already closed, firmly and irrevocably. And the deeper truth is this: the mind often believes that if it fully accepts what happened, if it truly lets reality settle, the pain will become unbearable. Too much to hold, too much to survive. So instead, it stays trapped in resistance, in that endless internal argument. A part of the mind keeps saying fiercely, "No, this cannot be real. This should not have happened to me. I cannot believe this happened to me." And because the mind never fully allows reality to settle, to be, the nervous system never fully relaxes, never finds true rest. This is why acceptance, my friends, is not emotional passivity, not indifference. It is emotional completion, a profound sense of closure. Not completion in the sense of that pain disappears instantly, no, but completion in the sense that the mind finally stops interrupting reality with endless argument, with that relentless internal battle. A wound cannot fully heal, cannot truly mend, while being reopened every day, picked at constantly. And the mind reopens pain through denial, through subtle forms of resistance, far more often than people realize, far more often than we admit. Denial is not always dramatic, my friend, not always a fierce refusal. Sometimes it looks very quiet, very subtle. It looks like endlessly checking whether someone changed, whether they finally saw the light. It looks like mentally replaying how things should have gone, what the ideal outcome would have been. It looks like hoping the past will somehow rearrange itself emotionally, will magically become different. It looks like refusing to let the moment become fully real, fully acknowledged. But reality, my friends, does not become lighter because it is resisted. If anything, resistance keeps it emotionally alive, keeps it vibrant and potent, prolonging its hold. This is why the sentence, "This has already happened," can become deeply healing, profoundly liberating. It grounds the mind in truth, in what is real instead of fantasy, instead of illusion. Not cruel truth, not hopeless truth, but stable truth, unwavering truth. Because healing cannot begin fully, cannot truly take root until reality is finally allowed to exist, without interruption, without resistance. There is a hidden peace, my friends, a quiet, calm, that appears when the mind stops treating the past like an unfinished emergency, a crisis that must still be addressed. Think about how much energy people spend emotionally reacting to things that are already over, already complete. A person may still be defending themselves in imaginary conversations years later, rehearsing old arguments, still trying to prove their innocence to people who already left, who no longer care, still emotionally begging life for another version of the story, a happier ending. Still mentally running toward a train that departed long ago, endlessly chasing its phantom. And because the mind refuses to fully acknowledge the ending, the heart remains trapped between worlds, suspended in an emotional limbo. Not fully in the past, not fully in the present, just emotionally suspended, floating aimlessly. This suspension, my friends, creates profound suffering, a deep, agonizing limbo. The ancient teachings often emphasize impermanence, my friends, because life is constantly moving, constantly flowing. But the mind struggles with endings, with letting go of what was. It wants continuity. It wants reversals, a chance to turn back the clock. It wants certainty that painful things can somehow be undone, unwritten. Yet much of inner freedom begins when you stop demanding reversals from time, that relentless one-way current. Time moves one way. My friends, always forward. And there is sadness in that truth, a poignant ache. But there is also mercy, a profound kindness, because if painful moments pass, then suffering does not need to remain frozen forever either, does not need to be a permanent state. Many people fear saying, "This has already happened," because they believe it means surrendering emotionally, giving up their fight. But in reality, my friends, it means finally stepping out of emotional confusion, out of that bewildering fog. Confusion says, maybe if I think about it enough, it will feel different. Maybe if I hold on to it harder, I can change it. Maybe if I suffer enough, reality will soften, will relent. But clarity, stark and simple, says, it happened. It is done. And strangely, wonderfully, that clarity begins calming the nervous system, begins soothing its agitation, because clarity ends the exhausting battle between reality and resistance, that relentless inner war. A person drowning emotionally often needs truth, my friend, more than fantasy, more than illusion. Not harsh truth delivered coldly, no, but gentle truth, grounding truth, the kind that says, yes, this hurt. Yes, this changed things. Yes, this matters. And yes, it already happened. That last part, my friends, matters deeply, profoundly, because the body often behaves as if the painful moment is still actively occurring, still present. Trauma, especially, works this way. The nervous system becomes trapped in survival mode, continuously scanning for danger, for threat, even after the original event ended, even after the danger has passed. This is why mindfulness practices in the ancient way are so powerful, so transformative. They slowly teach the body and mind how to return to the present moment, to this quiet now, instead of endlessly reliving the past, dwelling in its shadows. Breathing becomes important, profoundly important, because breath exists now. Awareness becomes important because awareness exists now. The body sitting in the room, feeling the warmth of the fire, exists now, not yesterday. Not the old argument, not the old heartbreak, not the old shame, but now. And slowly, gently, through awareness, the mind begins realizing something extraordinary, something truly liberating. The memory exists, yes, it is here, but the event itself is no longer happening. That distinction, my friends, changes everything. A memory is not the same thing as present danger. A thought is not the same thing as reality. An emotional flashback, however vivid, is not the same thing as the current moment, as what is actually unfolding. This understanding creates space inside the mind, a vast, open expanse. And space, my friends, is where healing begins. Breathing again, taking its first gentle breaths. Many people are emotionally exhausted, depleted, because their minds keep treating finished pain like active pain, like a fresh wound. The relationship ended, yet the mind keeps emotionally negotiating, bargaining with its ghost. The opportunity disappeared, yet the mind keeps trying to mentally reopen it, to force its return. The mistake happened, yet the mind keeps placing itself back on trial, endlessly prosecuting itself. This endless emotional reopening, this constant revisiting, prevents closure from naturally forming. Not closure given by another person, no, but closure created through acceptance, through an inner shift. This is why the ancient teachings emphasize radical presence, because presence, being fully here, interrupts the endless mental reopening of what time has already carried away, what has already passed. The present moment quietly says, you survived it. You are still here, breathing, alive. The event ended, even if the memory remains, even if its echo lingers. That realization, my friends, can feel uncomfortable at first, like shedding old skin. because the ego often wants emotional continuation, wants the story to keep going. The ego builds identity through attachment to stories, to narratives. But awareness gently loosens those attachments, not violently, not through force, but through repeated truth, through quiet recognition. This already happened. The more. Honestly, this truth is accepted. The more deeply it is absorbed, the less emotional energy becomes trapped inside resistance, inside that futile struggle. There is also another hidden freedom here, my friends, a quiet liberation. Once you fully accept that something already happened, that it is done, you stop wasting precious life waiting for impossible emotional refunds. Many people, deep in their hearts, secretly wait for life to return something, an apology, an explanation, a reversal, a different outcome, a second chance. But sometimes life simply continues forward, relentlessly, without offering those things. And, while waiting endlessly, suspended in that hope, people accidentally place their peace on hold, postpone their own healing. They tell themselves, I will move on once they understand me, once they finally see my heart. I will heal once I get closure, once the story is neatly tied. I will feel peace once life explains why this happened, why it was so cruel. But what if peace begins before those things arrive? What if peace begins the moment you stop demanding the past? Become emotionally different, become more palatable before allowing yourself to live again, to breathe freely. That, my friends, is one of the deepest forms of inner freedom, true liberation. Not needing the past to change in order to stop suffering inside it. This does not mean pretending painful events were acceptable, my friend. Acceptance is not approval, not condoning. A person can fully acknowledge that something hurt deeply, grievously, while also acknowledging that the event is now part of reality, part of what is. That balance matters profoundly because many people swing between extremes. Either they deny the pain completely, bury it deep inside, or they become consumed by it forever, making it their entire life. The ancient wisdom teaches another path, a middle way. Feel the pain honestly. Acknowledge reality honestly. Release resistance slowly, gently. Return to the present, to this moment, gently, again and again. This process takes patience, my friends, much patience, because the mind is often addicted to emotional unfinishedness, to unresolved narratives. Unfinished pain creates emotional momentum, a constant pull. The mind keeps circling it, revisiting it, because unresolved emotions demand attention, demand resolution. But attention alone does not heal suffering. Awareness heals suffering. And awareness notices when the mind is trying to emotionally relive something that already ended, that has already passed. There is a profound difference, my friends, between remembering and re-entering. Remembering says, yes, that happened. I recall it clearly. Re-entering says, I am emotionally going back there again. I am living it now. Many people unknowingly re-enter painful memories daily. They wake up and immediately revisit old wounds mentally, dwelling in their shadows. They replay old conversations while brushing their teeth, while preparing their morning tea. They imagine alternative endings while driving, while walking through the fields. They relive betrayals before falling asleep, just before their minds quiet. And because the nervous system cannot always distinguish clearly between vivid emotional memory and present danger, the body continues carrying tension, its muscles clenched. This creates chronic exhaustion, my friends. Not because life is currently attacking them, but because the mind never stops reopening old doors, revisiting old battles. The phrase, "this has already happened," interrupts that cycle, breaks its hold. It reminds the nervous system, gently but firmly, the event is over. You are remembering, not reliving. You survived. You are still here. This may sound simple, my friends, but repeated awareness slowly changes the body's relationship with memory, transforms its reaction. Not immediately, no, but gradually, like a slow sunrise. The emotional charge softens. The compulsive replaying decreases. The body stops reacting with the same intensity every time the memory appears, every time the echo returns. And eventually, something surprising happens. The memory remains, yes, it is part of your story, but it loses its ability to completely control your inner world, to dictate your present experience. That, my friends, is healing. Not erasing the past, not forgetting it, but removing its power to endlessly dominate them. Present, to hold you captive. This is especially important, my friends, because many people unknowingly build emotional homes, safe havens of sorrow around unfinished pain. They decorate their identity with old wounds, make them part of who they are. They organize their future around old fear, letting it dictate their choices. They stop trusting joy, pushing it away because pain once visited after happiness. But life, my friends, cannot fully enter a heart still barricaded against reality, still guarded against its flow. At some point, the emotional doors must open again, not recklessly, not blindly, but honestly, with courage. And honesty begins with acknowledging what already is, with that simple, profound truth. This has already happened. Those words can initially feel heavy, my friends, like a stone in the hand, especially when grief is involved, when the heart is truly broken. Because part of the heart still hopes the ending is temporary, that it can be reversed. Part of the heart still waits for the phone call, the return, the reversal, the miracle. But healing begins when fantasy loosens its grip, when the illusions fade, and reality is finally allowed into awareness, fully, completely. That is why grief often arrives in waves, my friends, ebbing and flowing, sometimes crashing violently. The mind slowly catches up to reality, piece by piece, truth by truth. One day the loss feels real, devastatingly real. The next day denial returns, offering a fragile comfort. Then acceptance appears briefly again, a fleeting glimpse of peace. This movement, this ebb and flow is natural. The ancient wisdom never demands perfect emotional control, never asks you to be a stone. It simply invites awareness into the process, to notice resistance, to notice attachment, to notice denial, and to gently return again and again to truth. Not brutal truth, no. Compassionate truth, the kind that allows healing instead of forcing suppression, instead of burying the pain. Because suppressed pain does not disappear, my friend. It waits patiently underneath the surface, festering in the shadows. Real healing requires honesty, not endless rumination, not emotional avoidance, but honest presence, a calm, unwavering gaze. There is also freedom, my friends, a quiet liberation in realizing that once something has already happened, truly happened, you no longer need to keep preparing for it emotionally every second, bracing for its return. Some people live as if old pain is constantly about to happen again, as if the past is always on the verge of repeating itself. They brace themselves against intimacy, against closeness, because of old heartbreak, old betrayal. They brace themselves against trust, against vulnerability, because of old betrayal, old wounds. They brace themselves against joy, against happiness, because loss once followed happiness, a cruel trick of fate. Their bodies remain guarded, tense, long after the original danger passed, long after the storm was gone. But awareness gently asks, How long, dear one? Will you continue protecting yourself from a moment that already ended? How long will you fight a ghost? That question, my friends, can break something open inside the heart, because many defenses outlive the danger they were created for, becoming obsolete. And eventually, those defenses begin hurting the person more than protecting them, becoming a prison. Walls built for survival can become prisons over time, my friend, thick and unyielding. This is why acceptance matters so deeply, so profoundly. Acceptance tells the nervous system, gently but firmly, you do not need to remain inside the emergency forever. The danger has passed. You can rest. That message creates softness, my friends, not weakness. Softness, the kind that allows breathing again, deep, unburdened breaths, sleeping again, truly restful sleep, trusting carefully again, gently opening the heart, living again, fully, vibrantly. Because life, my friends, cannot be fully experienced, fully embraced, while emotionally trapped in old, unfinished fear, forever braced against a phantom threat. There is also tremendous humility, my friends, a profound bowing inside the phrase, "This has already happened." Humility accepts that reality cannot always be negotiated with, cannot always be bent to our will. Some doors close, irrevocably. Some people change, becoming strangers. Some seasons end, giving way to new ones. Some opportunities disappear, vanishing like mist. And no amount of emotional resistance, no amount of desperate pleading can force time backward, can reverse its flow. At first, this feels painful, like a sharp truth, but eventually it becomes freeing, liberating, because once you stop trying to reverse reality emotionally, to rewrite the past, energy becomes available for living again, for truly engaging with life. The mind becomes quieter, less agitated. The body relaxes more easily, its tensions easing. The present moment feels less distant, more accessible. You begin noticing small things again, the quiet wonders of life. Light through windows, painting patterns on the floor, the warmth of tea in your hands, the silence of the night, profound and comforting. Your own breath, steady and deep. Laughter, soft and genuine. Rest, deep and restorative. The ordinary details life was always offering, patiently, while the mind remained trapped elsewhere, consumed by its internal battles. This is why presence feels sacred in the ancient way, my friends. Presence is not only spiritual awareness, a lofty state, it is emotional return. Return from memory, return from resistance, return from endless mental negotiation with reality, back into life itself, into the vibrant now. And maybe this, my friends, is what many people truly long for when they say they want peace. Not a perfect life, free of all challenge, not erased pain as if it never existed, but freedom from endlessly reliving what is already over, what is finished. Freedom from mentally dragging yesterday with all its shadows into every precious moment of today. Freedom from the exhausting hope that the past might somehow become emotionally different, more palatable, if revisited enough times, if endlessly replayed. That freedom, my friends, begins quietly, subtly, with awareness, with honesty, with breath, with one simple sentence repeated gently, patiently, until the nervous system finally believes it, finally absorbs its truth. This has already happened. Not to create hopelessness, no, but to create release, a profound letting go. Because once reality is finally allowed to settle fully inside awareness, once it is truly seen and acknowledged, the war against it begins ending. And in the silence left behind, in that quiet, Open space. Peace slowly begins entering where resistance used to live, where the battle once raged. And as the mind slowly learns to stop reopening what has already happened, what is already complete, another painful truth begins to rise to the surface like a stone from a deep well. Because some suffering, my friends, does not come from the event itself anymore, not from the initial pain. It comes from the inability to accept that certain doors will never open again. No matter how sincere your love was, how pure your intentions were, or how deeply you hoped things would turn out differently, how desperately you wished for another path. Tonight, you are going to understand one of the hardest lessons in the path to inner freedom, a lesson that requires profound courage. Sometimes life closes a door not because your heart was impure, not because you were flawed, but because not every door is meant to remain open forever. Not every path is meant to be walked to its imagined end. One of the most painful experiences in human life, my friends, is realizing that goodness, genuine goodness, does not always guarantee the outcome you hoped for, the ending you envisioned. You can love someone deeply with your entire being, and they still leave, walking away from your embrace. You can remain loyal, steadfast, and true, and still be betrayed, wounded by the very trust you offered. You can work hard, diligently, with all your effort, and still not succeed the way you imagined, the way you dreamed. You can pray, hope, forgive, sacrifice, and try again with all your might. Yet some doors, stubbornly, irrevocably, remain closed anyway. This truth, my friends, breaks many hearts, shatters many illusions, because human beings naturally want life to feel fair, to follow a cosmic logic. The mind quietly believes that sincerity should always be rewarded, that pure intentions should automatically create happy endings, just outcome. But life, my dear ones, does not always move according to emotional fairness, according to our sense of right and wrong. And this is where many people begin secretly fighting reality again, retreating into their internal battle. Not because they are weak, no, but because a part of them, a deep, tender part, cannot understand why something beautiful still disappeared, why something they cherished still ended, why something they truly wanted, truly longed for, never arrived, never materialized. This confusion, my friends, can become very heavy, an unbearable burden, especially for gentle people, for sensitive souls, especially for people who gave their hearts honestly, openly, vulnerably. Because when someone with a pure heart experiences rejection or loss, they often ask themselves dangerous questions, insidious whispers that wound the self. What is wrong with me? Why was I not enough? Why did life close this door after all I gave, after all my effort, all my love? And slowly, painfully, the pain begins turning inward, becoming self-condemnation. Instead of seeing that life contains uncertainty, that it is shaped by timing, by other people's choices, by conditions beyond our control, the person assumes the closed door must be proof of personal failure, evidence of their inadequacy. But the ancient wisdom teaches something different, something profoundly liberating. Not all closed doors are punishments, my friend. Not all endings are proof of worthlessness, of being flawed. And not every loss means you failed, means you made a mistake. Sometimes life closes a door simply because that chapter has reached its natural end, its completion. Even if your heart still wanted more pages, still yearned for more story. This is difficult to accept, truly difficult, because the human mind wants clean explanations, logical reasons. It wants every painful ending to make perfect emotional sense, to fit neatly into a narrative. But reality, my friends, often moves in more mysterious ways than the ego can ever understand. in ways beyond our comprehension. Some people, like travelers on a journey, enter your life only for a season, their purpose fulfilled. Some opportunities exist only to redirect you, to guide you toward another path. Some dreams collapse, not to punish, but because the version of you chasing them needed to change first, needed to evolve. And some doors remain closed, stubbornly, irrevocably, because opening them would eventually create deeper suffering, a greater pain that you cannot yet see, cannot yet comprehend. At first, these ideas can sound frustrating, even infuriating. The hurting heart cries out, "But I loved them, but I tried so hard, but I cared with all my being." And those feelings, my friend, are real. They deserve compassion, gentle acknowledgement. But the ancient wisdom gently reminds us that attachment often creates the illusion that effort guarantees permanence, that sincere love can force an outcome. It does not. You can water a garden lovingly, tenderly, and still experience the harshness of winter, its cold embrace. You can protect something carefully, guard it with all your might, and still watch it change, still watch it transform, or slip away. You can offer your whole heart, open and vulnerable, to someone and still discover they cannot meet you in the same depth, cannot hold your love as you offered it. This does not erase the beauty of what you gave, the sincerity of your love. And this is important too. Understand, my friend. A closed door does not automatically mean your love was foolish, that your heart was misguided. Many people become ashamed after rejection or loss, their spirits wounded. They look back at their own sincerity, their own vulnerability, and feel embarrassed, even foolish, by how deeply they cared, by how openly they loved. But there is nothing shameful, my friends, nothing ignoble about having a heart capable of genuine love, of profound tenderness. The shame belongs to cruelty, not tenderness. The shame belongs to dishonesty, not vulnerability. Yet pain, in its insidious way, often tricks people into hardening themselves afterward, building walls around their hearts. Someone hurts them deeply, and they decide never to trust again, to keep their heart guarded. Life disappoints them, crushing their hopes, and they decide never to hope again, to live in cynicism. A door closes, and they decide to close themselves completely too, sealing themselves off from life. But the ancient wisdom teaches that suffering should deepen wisdom, should awaken compassion, not destroy openness, not harden the heart permanently. There is a profound difference, my friend, between becoming wise, discerning, and becoming emotionally frozen, rigid. A wise person learns discernment, learns to choose carefully. A wounded person sometimes learns fear, a pervasive, chilling fear. And fear, my friends, often disguises itself as strength. It says, fiercely, "I do not care anymore. I do not need anyone. I will never feel deeply again." But underneath those statements, those brittle declarations, is usually a heart terrified of experiencing another closed door, another wound. This fear is understandable, deeply human. Human beings naturally avoid pain, naturally seek comfort. But a completely closed heart, my friend, eventually suffers too. A different kind of pain, a profound loneliness. Because life, in its fullness, cannot fully enter a person who has barricaded themselves against disappointment, against vulnerability. This is why the ancient teachings emphasize balance so often, so consistently. Not blind attachment, a desperate clinging, not total emotional withdrawal, a cold detachment, but compassionate awareness. To love while understanding impermanence, while knowing that all things change. To care deeply while understanding uncertainty, while embracing the unknown. to remain open, gentle, without demanding guarantees from life, without seeking perfect certainty. That, my friends, is difficult, very difficult, because the ego constantly wants certainty before vulnerability. It says, "Promise me this will not hurt. Promise me they will stay forever. Promise me this effort will succeed. Promise me I will not lose again." But life, my dear ones, cannot offer those promises. And perhaps part of maturity, of true wisdom, is learning how to keep living honestly, openly, without demanding impossible guarantees from existence itself. This does not mean becoming passive, a mere spectator to life. It means accepting reality's uncertainty without allowing uncertainty to destroy your ability to love, to trust, to move forward, to engage with life. There is also another painful truth hidden inside closed doors, my friends. Sometimes people remain emotionally attached to a closed door, clinging to its phantom, because reopening it, however impossible, feels easier than facing the unknown beyond it. The familiar pain, the known sorrow, becomes safer, more comfortable than uncertain possibility, than the vast unknown. A person may keep chasing someone unavailable, someone who cannot return their love because, at least the emotional story, the narrative of longing, feels known, feels familiar. They may stay emotionally attached to an old dream, a cherished aspiration, because releasing it would require creating a new direction, charting an unknown course. They may continue begging internally for old circumstances to return, for the past to reassert itself, because moving forward, stepping into the new, feels frightening, terrifying. This is why some closed doors become emotional obsessions, my friends, consuming the mind. The mind keeps knocking, keeps hoping, keeps replaying, keeps bargaining endlessly, not only because of love or desire, but because uncertainty, the vastness of the unknown, feels terrifying, unbearable. But the ancient wisdom teaches something profound about attachment. Clinging creates suffering, my friends, because reality itself constantly changes, constantly shifts. Nothing remains frozen forever, unchanging. People change, feelings change, dreams change, circumstances change. And when the mind desperately tries to force permanence onto temporary things, to freeze the river's flow, suffering intensifies, becoming sharper, more persistent. This does not mean relationships or goals are meaningless, no. It means peace cannot depend entirely on controlling outcomes, on dictating the course of events. That is where hidden freedom begins appearing. A quiet liberation. Not when every door opens, not when all your desires are fulfilled, but when your inner stability, your sense of worth, no longer collapses every time one closes, every time a path ends. This, my friends, is one of the deepest forms of emotional maturity, the profound strength of spirit. To realize your worth is not determined by access, by whether every door opens for you. Not everyone who rejects you is rejecting your inherent value. Not every missed opportunity is proof of your failure. Not every closed door means you are unworthy of love, of success, of connection, or of peace. Sometimes doors close because life is moving differently than your current understanding can see, than your present perspective can grasp. This is especially painful when the heart feels pure, my friend, when you genuinely tried your best, when your intentions were honest, untainted. Because a part of the mind expects goodness to protect against pain, expects sincerity to shield against disappointment. But the ancient wisdom never promises a painless life to good people. Instead, it teaches how to remain awake, how to remain compassionate, even when life disappoints you, even when the path takes an unexpected turn. This is far more powerful than false guarantees, than empty promises, because eventually, Everyone experiences closed doors. The question, my friends, is not whether disappointment will happen. The question is whether disappointment will harden the heart permanently, whether it will turn to bitterness. Some people experience one painful ending and spend the rest of their lives emotionally locked behind it, imprisoned by its shadow. Others experience deep heartbreak, profound loss, yet slowly become softer, wiser, calmer, and more compassionate afterward, their spirits refined by the fire. The event alone does not determine the outcome. The relationship with the event, how we meet it, does. This is why awareness matters so deeply, my friends. Awareness notices when attachment becomes self-destruction, when clinging to what was begins to harm you. It notices when longing becomes obsession, a relentless pursuit. It notices when hope becomes a stubborn refusal to accept reality, a denial of what is. And gently, patiently, awareness begins loosening the grip. Not by forcing forgetting, not by denying grief, but by reminding the heart, you cannot force a closed door open forever. You cannot make what is gone return. This truth hurts at first because many people secretly believe persistence alone, relentless effort can conquer all outcomes, can force any door open. And yes, persistence matters in life. But there is a difference, my friends, between perseverance, wise and adaptable, and emotional imprisonment, a desperate, futile struggle. Perseverance moves forward wisely, learning and adjusting. Imprisonment keeps begging reality to become different, to change its course. One creates growth, a blossoming of the spirit. The other creates exhaustion, a profound depletion. A bird trapped against a closed window, relentlessly beating its wings, eventually injures itself. Not because freedom is impossible, no, but because it keeps flying toward the wrong opening, toward a barrier. Human beings often do the same emotionally. They keep trying to enter spaces that no longer welcome them, that have closed their embrace. They keep chasing people who continuously withdraw, who cannot meet them. They keep returning to old identities, life already outgrew, old skins that no longer fit. They keep knocking on doors that time itself already closed, firmly and irrevocably. And slowly, my friends, the repeated rejection, the futile effort, begins damaging self-worth, eroding its foundation. Not because they lack value, no, but because attachment keeps placing them where acceptance no longer exists, where the flow has stopped. This is why inner freedom sometimes begins with turning away from the closed door, gently, instead of endlessly staring at it, fixed in its gaze. Not bitterly, not angrily, but honestly, with clear eyes. Because some suffering, my friends, continues only because the heart refuses to stop waiting outside places that no longer hold life for it, no longer offer sustenance. There is grief, my friends, deep, real grief in walking away from a closed door. Real grief. Because letting go often means accepting that certain dreams, certain versions of people or imagined futures will never fully exist, will never materialize. That acceptance, that final surrender can feel like mourning an invisible death, a loss that others cannot see. You are not only grieving what happened, the tangible loss, you are grieving what could have been, what might have been. The future you pictured so vividly, the conversations you hoped for so deeply, the love you imagined so purely, the life you expected so confidently. And invisible grief, my friends, is still grief, as real and potent as any other. The ancient wisdom understands this deeply. Much suffering comes not only from reality itself, from what is, but from attachment to imagined realities, to fantasies that never fully arrived, that remained elusive. The mind mourns possibilities as intensely as actual events, as deeply as tangible losses. This is why letting go can feel so painful, so utterly heartbreaking. You are not only releasing a person or an opportunity, you are releasing a version of life your heart became emotionally attached to, a cherished narrative. And yet, my friends, hidden inside this grief, like a seed in the earth, is also freedom. Because once you stop standing outside the closed door, once you turn away, life begins moving again. Energy slowly returns like a gentle tide. Attention returns, focusing on the present. Curiosity returns, awakening to new possibilities. The present moment becomes visible again, vibrant and alive. Many people do not realize how much life, how many precious moments they lose while emotionally waiting for impossible reopenings, for a reversal of fate. Years pass, opportunities pass, connections pass, peace passes, because the heart remains emotionally stationed at an ending, waiting. But life, my friends, continues flowing beyond closed doors, beyond the boundaries of our expectations. This is important, very important, because the mind often behaves as though one closed door means all future joy, all future possibility is impossible, is closed off forever. But reality, my friends, rarely works that way. Life continuously changes shape, continuously transforms. New people appear, new understandings emerge, new paths reveal themselves slowly, not always immediately, not always comfortably, no, but often in ways the attached mind, fixed on what was, could not previously imagine, could not even conceive. This does not mean every loss secretly hides a perfect replacement, a more beautiful outcome. The ancient wisdom is not teaching toxic positivity, a forced happiness. Some losses remain painful, profoundly so. Some endings genuinely matter forever, leaving indelible marks. But suffering deepens unnecessarily when the mind insists one closed door destroyed all future possibility, all future joy. That belief creates hopelessness, a suffocating despair. Awareness, however, creates openness again, a gentle spaciousness. Not naive openness, a blind trust, but grounded openness, a clear-eyed understanding that life still exists beyond disappointment, beyond closed doors. There is another hidden lesson inside closed doors, my friends, a quiet truth. Sometimes the closed door is protecting your deeper self from remaining trapped in a smaller version of life, a constrained existence. A relationship that ended, however painful, may have been preventing your growth, holding you back from becoming more fully yourself. A failed dream, however crushing, may redirect you toward deeper meaning, toward a path more aligned with your soul's purpose. A rejection, however stinging, may quietly free you from spaces that never truly saw your worth, that never truly appreciated you. But attached minds, clinging to what was, rarely see this immediately, because attachment focuses only on immediate loss, on what has been taken. Wisdom, however, sees movement, sees the grander unfolding. This is why time changes understanding. Things that once felt catastrophic, utterly devastating, sometimes later reveal hidden guidance, a profound redirection, a blessing in disguise. Not because the pain was fake, no, the pain was real, but because human understanding evolves, consciousness expands. The ancient wisdom teaches impermanence, not to create fear, not to instill dread, but to create flexibility, adaptability. The person who accepts change, who flows with its current, suffers less than the person demanding permanence from everything, clinging to the familiar. And perhaps one of the hardest forms of acceptance, my friends, is accepting that goodness alone, sincerity alone, cannot force outcomes, cannot guarantee a specific result. You can be kind, truly kind, and still lose. You can be sincere with an open heart and still experience rejection. You can be loving with profound tenderness and still encounter people incapable of meeting your depth, incapable of holding your love with care. This does not mean kindness is weakness. No. It means life is not a transaction, a strict exchange where pure intentions automatically purchase desired endings, where good deeds guarantee perfect results. At first, this truth feels unfair, unjust, but eventually it becomes liberating, profoundly freeing. Because once you stop measuring your worth entirely by outcomes, by external results, you become freer, unburdened. A closed door stops being proof of inadequacy. It simply becomes part of realities. Movement, part of life's unfolding, part of the impermanence all human beings eventually face, the universal truth. And maybe this, my friends, is where deeper peace begins appearing. A quiet, steady presence. Not in forcing every door open, not in making life obey your hopes perfectly, but in trusting that your soul, your deepest self, can survive disappointment without collapsing into bitterness, without hardening into resentment. This trust changes everything. Because bitterness, my friends, is often just wounded hope that never learned acceptance, a persistent refusal to let go. A bitter person keeps emotionally arguing with reality, fighting it long after the ending occurred, long after the moment has passed. But a peaceful person slowly learns how to bow gently before what cannot be forced, what is beyond their control. Not because they stopped caring, no, but because they stopped destroying themselves trying to control the uncontrollable, trying to manipulate the unmanipulable. That, my friends, is true strength. The strength to love deeply without demanding guarantees. The strength to grieve honestly without worshiping loss forever, without making it an idol. The strength to release what no longer opens, what no longer serves, without losing your ability to remain soft, gentle, open. This softness, my friends, is rare. Many people become emotionally hard, brittle after pain, after deep wounds. But the ancient wisdom teaches another possibility, a profound alternative. To become wiser without becoming colder. To become discerning without becoming closed off. To remain compassionate, gentle, even after disappointment, even after betrayal. And perhaps this is the hidden freedom inside closed doors. The profound realization that your peace does not depend on every path remaining available forever. Some things will leave, some things will end. Some dreams will not unfold the way you hoped, the way you envisioned. And still, wonderfully, miraculously, your spirit can remain whole. Still, your heart can remain open, soft, and tender. Still, life can continue offering beauty, connection, and meaning in forms you do not yet understand, in ways you cannot yet conceive. Because closed doors are not always the end of life, the final curtain. Sometimes they are the painful beginning of finally meeting yourself more honestly, more truly. The version of you no longer defined entirely by chasing unavailable things, by grasping at illusions. The version of you no longer begging reality to reverse itself, to rewrite its script. The version of you capable of standing before a closed door and quietly, with dignity, saying, I loved honestly, I tried sincerely, and now I release what will not open. I let it go. That sentence, my friends, contains enormous dignity, a profound self-respect. Because there comes a moment, a sacred turning point, when peace, your inner peace, matters more than endlessly forcing entry into spaces no longer meant for you, no longer aligned with your path. And maybe tonight, my friend, as the fire crackles and the world outside rests, this is what your heart most needs to hear. Some doors stay closed not because your heart lacked purity, not because your intentions were flawed, but because life itself moves through seasons, through endings, through redirections, and through impermanence. You are not unworthy because something ended, because a chapter closed. You are not broken because something did not choose you, did not align with your path. You are not cursed because life changed shape, because the landscape shifted. Sometimes a closed door is simply reality asking you, gently but firmly, to stop standing outside what no longer belongs to your path, what no longer serves your growth. And the moment you stop begging closed doors to reopen, to magically transform, you finally notice the quiet space around you. The vast open expanse where life is still waiting to be lived, waiting for your presence. And as the heart slowly learns to stop standing outside closed doors, no longer knocking, no longer pleading, another hidden grief often begins rising from deeper places inside the soul. A quiet, ancient sorrow. Because sometimes, my friends, the hardest door to accept, the most stubborn wound, was never a relationship that ended, a dream that collapsed, or an opportunity that slipped away. Sometimes, the hardest thing to accept is the childhood you never truly had, the one you longed for, the one you deserved. Tonight, you are going to understand why so much adult suffering quietly begins in unfinished pain from long ago, in the echoes of early wounds, and why inner peace sometimes starts the moment you stop demanding a different past from people who were never able to give it, who themselves were perhaps wounded and unable to offer what you needed. There are wounds, my friends, that do not bleed openly, that leave no visible scars, yet they shape an entire life, subtly, profoundly. A child who never felt safe, whose world was unpredictable or harsh, may grow into an adult who struggles deeply to relax, whose nervous system is always on alert, always braced. A child who was constantly criticized, whose efforts were always deemed insufficient, may become an adult who secretly believes they are never enough, always falling short, no matter how much they achieve. A child who felt emotionally invisible, whose presence went unacknowledged, may spend years begging for love, for attention, in unhealthy places, in destructive ways. A child who learned that love was unpredictable, given and withheld seemingly at random, may grow up terrified of abandonment, clinging desperately to connection. And often, my friends, these wounds remain hidden, buried deep, beneath adult responsibilities, beneath routines, relationships, careers, and the myriad distractions of a busy life. But deep inside, quietly, persistently, the younger self still waits, still longs for something that never fully arrived: understanding, protection, warmth, gentleness, safety, the profound feeling of truly being seen, truly being cherished. This is why childhood pain can become so difficult to release, so tenacious. Because unlike many adult disappointments, which are often specific events, childhood shapes the very foundation of how a person learns to see themselves and the world, how they learn to attach, to trust, to feel safe. When pain enters early, when the world feels unsafe in those formative years, the nervous system adapts around survival, around protection. Some children become people pleasers, their antennae constantly attuned to others' moods, because keeping others happy felt safer, more secure than expressing their own truth, their own needs. Some become emotionally distant, withdrawn, because vulnerability once led to pain, to hurt. Some become hyper-independent, fiercely self-reliant, because they learned too early that nobody would rescue them emotionally, that they were alone. Some become anxious, their minds a constant hum of worry, because their environment constantly felt unpredictable, chaotic, threatening. And then adulthood arrives. But the body, my friend, still carries the emotional memory of those early experiences, their imprint. This is why some reactions, some emotional responses, feel much bigger, far more intense than the present moment seems to warrant. A small rejection suddenly feels unbearable, like a total annihilation. A disagreement feels like utter abandonment, a profound betrayal. Silence feels dangerous, menacing. Criticism feels crushing, devastating. Not because the adult self is weak, no, but because the younger self inside, the child who experienced those early wounds, still remembers what it once meant to feel unsafe, to be unloved, to be alone. The ancient wisdom teaches that suffering often continues when the mind clings to what reality did not provide, to what was missing. And one of the deepest forms of clinging, my friends, is the lifelong demand for a different childhood, a rewritten history. Many adults are still emotionally waiting for parents to become who they needed them to be, to transform into ideal caregivers. Still waiting for apologies that may never come, words that were never spoken. Still waiting for understanding, for a profound recognition of their pain. Still waiting for someone to finally say, "You deserved better. You were lovable. You were not the problem. You should have been protected. You were cherished." And when these words never fully arrive, when that acknowledgement remains elusive, pain hardens quietly over time, like clay drying in the sun. The heart begins carrying invisible grief, a silent sorrow. Not only grief for what happened, for the explicit wounds, but grief for what never happened, for the unmet needs, for the missing pieces, the childhood that never felt peaceful, the comfort that never existed, the emotional safety that never arrived, the innocence that disappeared too early, stolen by circumstance. This kind of grief, my friends, is difficult, profoundly difficult, because it is often invisible to others, unseen by the world. A person may appear successful, calm, functional even, strong, outwardly composed, but inside, there may still be a younger self, a child, carrying loneliness, carrying unmet needs from decades ago. This is why healing childhood wounds is not about blaming endlessly, about pointing fingers. It is about understanding honestly, with compassion. Many people either deny their childhood pain completely, pushing it deep down, or they become trapped inside resentment forever, consumed by its bitterness. The ancient wisdom teaches another path, a middle way, the path of awareness without permanent bitterness, the path of seeing clearly, with open eyes, without remaining emotionally imprisoned there, without dwelling in the past. This is important, my friends, because unresolved childhood pain often controls adult life unconsciously, subtly shaping our choices and reactions. A person may continuously chase unavailable partners, replicating old patterns, because emotionally they are still trying to earn love, to gain acceptance they never fully received as a child. Another may become addicted to achievement, relentlessly striving because praise became their only source of worth, their only validation as a child. Another may avoid closeness, pushing people away because intimacy feels emotionally dangerous, a threat to their safety. Another may constantly apologize for existing, for taking up space because they grew up feeling like a burden, an inconvenience. And often, my friends, these patterns continue for years, for entire lifetimes, until awareness finally interrupts them, shines a light upon them. Awareness begins noticing. I am reacting from an old wound. This fear, this intense feeling, is older than this moment. My nervous system learned this long ago in childhood. That realization can feel painful, a sharp truth, but it is also freeing, profoundly liberating, because once unconscious patterns become visible, once they are brought into the light, healing becomes possible. Truly possible. Before awareness, the wound controls life silently, subtly, beneath the surface. After awareness, however, the person can begin responding differently, making new choices. But this process requires enormous compassion, my friends, especially toward the younger self, the child within. Many adults secretly judge the child they once were, harshly. They say things like, "I should be over this by now. Other people had it worse. I'm too sensitive. I need to stop feeling this way." But pain, my friends, does not heal through humiliation, through self-condemnation. A frightened child does not become calm through criticism, through harsh words. And the younger self inside many adults is still frightened, still carrying emotional confusion, still carrying unmet needs, still wondering why love felt difficult to receive, why safety felt elusive. This is why Buddhist compassion matters so deeply in healing. Compassion softens the war against yourself, that relentless inner battle. Not by denying what happened, not by pretending it wasn't painful, but by refusing to continue punishing yourself for surviving it imperfectly, for doing your best with what you had. There is another difficult truth, my friends, many people eventually face. Sometimes parents simply could not give what they themselves never received. This does not erase harm, does not diminish the wound. It does not excuse cruelty or neglect. But it creates understanding, a broader perspective. Many wounded adults were once wounded children, raising children from their own unhealed places. Many emotionally unavailable parents were never taught emotional safety themselves, never experienced it. Many harsh people were shaped by harshness, by their own suffering, long before you existed, long before you entered their lives. Pain, my friends, travels through generations, quietly, subtly, until awareness interrupts it, until someone shines a light upon its path. This understanding matters because hatred alone, fierce resentment, rarely heals childhood wounds. Hatred keeps the nervous system emotionally tied to the original pain, chained to its source. The mind remains trapped in the hope that rage will somehow create a different past, will magically rewrite history. But no amount of anger, my friends, can reopen childhood and rearrange the emotional conditions, can change what has already been. This is where acceptance becomes one of the hardest spiritual practices of all, truly challenging. Accepting that your childhood happened the way it happened, with all its joys and sorrows, its light and its shadows. Accepting that some needs were not met, some longings unfulfilled. Accepting that some people may never fully understand the pain they caused, the wounds they inflicted. Accepting that your younger self deserved better, profoundly deserved more, while also understanding that reality cannot now become different retroactively, cannot be undone. This acceptance does not mean pretending the pain was okay, that the harm was acceptable. It means releasing the endless internal demand for the past to become something it never was, something ideal. That demand, my friends, quietly exhausts many people for decades, for entire lifetimes, because a part of the mind keeps saying, if they would finally apologize, truly apologize, I could heal. If they would finally understand me, truly see me, I could feel peace. If my childhood had been different, then I would be whole, complete, undamaged. But the ancient wisdom gently points toward another truth, a liberating insight. Wholeness does not begin when the past changes, when history is rewritten. Wholeness begins when awareness stops demanding the impossible from time, when it releases its grip on what cannot be.
This realization, my friends, often creates grief first, real grief. Because releasing the need for a different childhood means mourning what never existed fully, mourning a phantom, mourning the nurturing you deserved, the softness you deserved, the emotional safety you deserved, the guidance you deserved, the consistency you deserved. This grief matters, my friends, deeply.
Because many people try skipping directly to forgiveness, to letting go, while never allow it themselves to honestly grieve, to truly feel the loss. But ungrieved pain, my friends, remains alive inside the body, a persistent ache. Healing requires honesty, not dramatic storytelling, not endless blame, but honest acknowledgement. Yes, this hurt. Yes, this shaped me. Yes, I deserved care. I deserved more. That honesty is not weakness, my friend. It is emotional truth, a profound clarity. And truth, my friends, creates the foundation for peace. There is also hidden freedom, my friends, in realizing that your childhood explains you. Yes, it sheds light on your patterns and reactions. But it does not have to imprison you forever, does not have to be your permanent cage. This distinction is extremely important. Some people deny their wounds entirely, burying them deep. Others become completely identified with them, making them their entire story. The ancient wisdom teaches another way, a middle path, awareness without permanent identity. You can understand why you develop certain fears, why you react in certain ways, without deciding you are doomed forever, without accepting a fixed fate. You can recognize the pain, acknowledge its presence, without building your entire future around it, without making it your central theme. You can honor the younger self, the child within, without remaining emotionally frozen in childhood forever, without letting it define your adult experience. This balance, my friends, creates healing. Not instant healing, no, but real, sustainable healing. Because once awareness grows, once that quiet presence strengthens, choices slowly become possible. A person who grew up around emotional chaos can slowly learn calmness, can cultivate inner peace. A person who learned fear can slowly learn safety, can build trust. A person who never felt heard can slowly learn self-expression, can find their voice. A person who felt unloved can slowly learn self-compassion, can offer themselves the kindness they never received. This process takes patience, my friends, much patience, because nervous systems shaped by childhood pain often expect danger automatically, are wired for threat. The body may brace itself even during peaceful moments, during times of calm. Some people feel uncomfortable when life becomes calm, when peace settles, because chaos feels more familiar, more known than peace. Others sabotage healthy relationships, push away good things because stable love feels emotionally unfamiliar, even threatening. The nervous system repeats what it learned early, even when those patterns create suffering, create pain. This is why awareness must be paired with gentleness, my friends, with profound kindness. You cannot force a frightened inner self into peace through harshness, through self-criticism. You cannot shame your nervous system into healing. Healing often happens through repeated experiences of safety, of gentle comfort. Repeated moments of self-kindness, of offering yourself grace. Repeated reminders that the danger is no longer here, that the threat has passed. Repeated awareness that the adult self, the wise part of you, can now offer the protection, the care, the love the child self never received. This is one reason mindfulness matters so deeply. Mindfulness teaches the body to return to the present moment, to this now, instead of remaining trapped in old emotional environments,
in the echoes of the past. The child inside may still fear rejection, yes, that echo may linger, but the adult self can breathe now, can find its center. The child inside may still expect criticism, but awareness can respond gently now, with compassion. The child inside may still feel abandoned, but presence, your own steady presence, can offer companionship, can offer comfort. Now, this changes the relationship with pain completely. Instead of constantly searching backward for missing love, for what was absent, the person slowly learns how to offer love inwardly, to themselves. Not narcissistic. Self-obsession, no. But steady self-compassion, the kind that says, I see your pain. I understand why you became this way, why you developed these defenses, and you are allowed to heal. You deserve peace. That inner softness, my friends, matters more than many people realize, especially because many wounded adults continue internally repeating the same harshness, the same criticism they once received externally. A critical parent disappears physically, yet the inner critic remains alive for decades, a constant voice. The voice changes location but continues speaking. You are not enough. You are too emotional. You always fail. You do not deserve rest. You must earn love. Buddhist awareness notices these inner voices without automatically believing them, without taking them as truth. This is powerful, my friends, because many people mistake inherited emotional conditioning for objective truth, for reality. But thoughts, shaped by pain, by early wounds, are not always accurate reflections of reality. They are survival patterns, protective mechanisms. And survival patterns can change, slowly, patiently, with awareness, with compassion, with repetition. This is why releasing the need for a different childhood is not the same as forgetting the past, as erasing it. It means stopping the endless emotional negotiation with what already happened, with what is. It means recognizing, yes, I wish it had been different, I truly do, and yes, I can still build peace from here, from this moment. That second sentence, my friends, is life-changing. Profoundly so, because many people unconsciously postpone healing until the past becomes emotionally corrected somehow, until it aligns with their desires. But time does not move backward. Parents may never transform into emotionally safe people, may never be able to give what you needed. Some conversations may never happen. Some apologies may never arrive. Some emotional gaps may remain unfulfilled. And still, wonderfully, miraculously, healing remains possible. Not because the pain disappears, no, but because the adult self stops abandoning themselves, stops neglecting their own heart, waiting for the past to change. This is where responsibility quietly enters the healing process. Not blame responsibility, no, but the profound understanding that while you did not choose your childhood, you now participate in how your wounds are carried forward, how they shape your present. This realization can feel overwhelming at first, especially because wounded people often feel exhausted already, depleted. But hidden inside responsibility is also power, my friends. Profound power. Because once awareness enters, once you truly see, new choices become possible. Cycles can end, patterns can soften, inner violence, that self-attack, can stop repeating. The person raised around emotional neglect can become emotionally present, attuned to their own needs and others. A person raised around anger can become gentle, cultivating inner calm. A person raised around fear can create safety, can build a secure inner home. This, my friends, is one of the most beautiful possibilities in human life. Pain does not have to become destiny, does not have to be your fate. Awareness interrupts inheritance, breaks the cycle, and perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing is becoming the kind of presence you once needed yourself, the kind of gentle, steady care you longed for. Not perfectly, no, not all at once, not instantly, but intentionally, through small moments, through conscious choices, resting when exhausted instead of punishing yourself for being tired. Speaking kindly inwardly instead of repeating old criticism, old harshness. Allowing emotions to exist instead of suppressing them, pushing them down. Creating boundaries instead of accepting mistreatment automatically. Listening to your needs instead of abandoning them. These small, gentle acts slowly rebuild inner trust, a profound self-reliance. And inner trust, my friends, is essential, because many wounded children grew into adults who no longer fully trust themselves emotionally, who doubt their own feelings. They learned to prioritize survival over authenticity, pleasing others over honesty, performing over resting. But healing reconnects people to their inner world again. Not the frightened child alone, no, but the deeper awareness beneath the fear, the calm witness beneath the conditioning, the self capable of compassion, the self capable of peace. The ancient wisdom often teaches that freedom begins not when life becomes perfect, not when all problems vanish, but when attachment softens, when its grip loosens. And perhaps one of the deepest attachments many people carry is attachment to the fantasy of the childhood they wish they had received, the ideal they imagined. This fantasy is understandable, deeply human. Every child deserves love. Every child deserves safety. Every child deserves emotional care, gentle, nurturing. But clinging endlessly to the impossible wish for a rewritten past often prevents the heart from fully living now, from engaging with the present. At some point, the grieving heart must slowly release the demand for history to become different. Not because it did not matter, no, it mattered profoundly, but because your life still exists beyond it, still unfolds. There are still breaths to take, moments to experience, connections to build, peace to discover. The wounded child deserves acknowledgement, deep and true, but your entire future does not deserve imprisonment inside old pain forever, does not deserve to be held captive by the past. This realization creates profound emotional freedom, my friends. Not dramatic freedom, no. Quiet freedom. The freedom of no longer needing your past to change before allowing yourself tenderness, before granting yourself grace. The freedom of no longer defining your worth entirely by what you lacked early in life. The freedom of understanding that while childhood shaped you deeply, profoundly, it does not contain the entirety of who you can become, who you are meant to be. And maybe tonight, my friend, as the fire embers dim and the night deepens, this is what your heart most needs to hear, needs to truly absorb. You did not deserve the moments that made you feel unseen, unsafe, or emotionally alone. Your pain was real. Your needs were real. Your younger self deserved gentleness, deserved profound care. But your peace cannot remain trapped, waiting, endlessly waiting, for the past to become different, for history to rewrite itself. At some point, healing begins with softly releasing the impossible wish for another childhood and gently learning how to care for the life still unfolding in front of you now, in this precious moment. Because the child inside you, my friend, does not only need mourning anymore, does not only need to be grieved. They also need the adult version of you to finally stop abandoning them to the past,
to finally bring them home to the present. And as the heart slowly stops begging the past to become different, no longer pleading with memory, another difficult lesson quietly begins appearing like a star emerging from behind a cloud. Because healing is not only about accepting your own pain, my friend, or releasing your past. It is also about learning how to see other people clearly, truly see them, without allowing their behavior, however difficult or hurtful, to poison your inner peace forever, to contaminate your spirit. Tonight, you are going to understand one of the most misunderstood forms of acceptance, the kind that allows you to stop carrying hatred inside your body, that corrosive venom, without pretending harmful actions were acceptable, without condoning injustice. One of the hardest things for the human heart to understand, my friends, is this profound truth. Accepting someone does not mean agreeing with them. Many people struggle deeply with this, wrestling with its implications because they confuse acceptance with approval, with condoning. They believe that if they stop hating someone, if they release their anger, it means the pain did not matter, that the wound was insignificant. They believe that if they release anger, if they let go of resentment, it means the other person wins, that they escape accountability. They believe acceptance requires pretending harmful behavior was somehow okay, somehow justified. But the ancient wisdom teaches something much wiser, much more freeing. You can accept reality just as it is without approving of it. You can understand someone deeply without excusing them, without absolving their actions. You can release hatred, that heavy burden, without inviting harm back into your life, without opening yourself to further wounds. And perhaps most importantly, my friend, you can stop carrying someone else's darkness, their toxicity, inside your own nervous system, inside your own precious heart. This lesson becomes necessary, my friends, because human beings hurt each other constantly, inevitably, in myriad ways. People lie, people betray trust, people manipulate, people abandon, people say cruel things, people fail to love carefully, to cherish with tenderness. And when this happens, when these wounds are inflicted, the mind often splits into extremes, into two opposing poles. One extreme says, pretend it did not hurt, bury the pain, be strong. The other says fiercely, remain angry forever. Hold on to this resentment. Never forget. But neither path, my friends, truly creates peace, truly brings healing. Suppressing pain only buries it deeper inside the body, where it festers in the shadows. Endless hatred, however justified, chains your emotional life, your spirit, to the person who wounded you, holding you captive. The ancient wisdom teaches another path, a middle way. Clear seeing without emotional imprisonment. This means seeing people honestly, clearly, without fantasy, without illusion, and without endless bitterness, without that corrosive resentment. Because one reason suffering lasts so long, my friends, is that many people refuse to accept who someone truly is, their actual behavior, their consistent patterns. Instead, they remain emotionally attached to who they hoped that person would become, to the potential they saw, to the imagined version. This happens constantly in relationships, in all human connections. A person lies repeatedly, breaks promises again and again, but the heart keeps clinging to isolated moments of tenderness, to fleeting glimpses of kindness. A person keeps disrespecting boundaries, crossing lines, but the mind says, maybe they will change. Maybe this time it will be different. A parent remains emotionally unavailable for decades, distant and cold, but the child inside still waits, endlessly waits, for warmth, for connection, for understanding. A friend betrays trust again and again, but attachment keeps hoping for a different outcome, for a loyal companion.
The suffering deepens, my friends, because reality and hope keep fighting each other, locked in a relentless battle. Reality says, this person continues behaving this way. This is their consistent pattern. Attachment says, but I need them to become different. I need them to change. And the mind becomes exhausted, utterly depleted, trying to force emotional transformation onto someone who may not truly want to change, who may not be capable of it. This is why acceptance becomes powerful, my friends, profoundly liberating. Acceptance does not say their behavior was okay or that the harm was justified. Acceptance says quietly, firmly, I finally see clearly who they are, their true nature, their consistent actions. That clarity, my friends, creates freedom, a profound release, because once you stop demanding people become different, become who you want them to be, before allowing yourself peace. Before granting yourself rest, you stop emotionally depending on impossible outcomes, on transformations that may never come. This does not mean giving up discernment, no. In fact, the ancient wisdom encourages wise discernment deeply, a keen ability to see truth. A peaceful person is not someone who blindly tolerates harm, who allows themselves to be endlessly mistreated. A peaceful person sees clearly, with open eyes, without becoming consumed by hatred, by bitterness. That balance, my friends, matters enormously, because many wounded people become trapped in cycles of emotional attachment disguised as moral outrage, as righteous anger. They replay the betrayal constantly, replay the disrespect, replay the cruelty, replay what should have happened differently. And without realizing it, the person who hurt them continues occupying enormous space inside their inner world, inside their thoughts and feelings, holding them captive. This is one reason hatred becomes so exhausting, my friends, so profoundly draining. Hatred keeps the nervous system emotionally connected to the source of pain, chained to its origin. The body remains tense, perpetually on guard. The mind remains restless, agitated, caught in a loop. The heart remains trapped in unfinished emotional conflict, a battle that never ends. The ancient teachings understand this deeply. Anger itself is not evil, my friend. Anger often appears naturally when boundaries are violated, when injustice occurs. But attachment to anger, clinging to its fire, becomes suffering, becomes a poison, because eventually the fire meant to protect begins burning the person carrying it, consuming their own spirit. There's an old story, an ancient understanding, that holding hatred in your heart is like gripping a burning coal, fiercely, hoping to throw it at someone else later. Meanwhile, your own hand, your own spirit, continues burning first, consumed by its heat. This does not mean becoming passive, my friend, becoming a doormat. It means understanding that inner peace, your own precious peace, matters too much to sacrifice endlessly at the altar of resentment, at the shrine of anger. Many people secretly believe resentment protects them, that it serves as a shield. If I stay angry, the mind whispers, I will never be hurt again. If I hate them enough, I stay strong, impenetrable. If I keep replaying what they did, I remain safe, guarded. But often, my friends, resentment does not create safety. It creates emotional imprisonment, a profound captivity. The mind keeps circling the same pain endlessly, revisiting its wounds, and life begins, shrinking around the wound, becoming smaller, more constrained. This is especially dangerous because resentment often disguises itself as justice, as a righteous cause. The mind says, I deserve to stay angry after what happened. My anger is justified. And yes, the pain may be real. The betrayal may be real. The harm may be real. But endless emotional attachment to the injury still creates suffering inside you, my friend.
prolonging its agony. The ancient wisdom invites a different question, a liberating inquiry. How long, dear one, do you want another person's actions, their choices, to continue controlling your nervous system, to dictate your inner state? That question, my friends, changes things profoundly. Because many people continue reliving emotional injuries long after the actual event ended, long after the moment passed. The other person may have moved on entirely, forgotten the incident, while the wounded mind keeps reopening the scene daily, revisiting its pain. This does not create healing. It creates continued captivity, a self-made prison. Acceptance interrupts this cycle, breaks its hold, not by pretending harm never occurred, no, but by fully acknowledging reality, by truly seeing what is instead of emotionally wrestling it forever. This person behaved this way. This person could not give what I needed. This person caused pain. This person may never become who I hoped. Those truths, my friends, may hurt deeply, profoundly, but clarity, that stark, clear seeing, hurts less than endless emotional illusion, less than clinging to fantasy. This is especially important because many people confuse compassion with self-abandonment. They think being spiritually peaceful means allowing unlimited mistreatment, endless harm. But the ancient wisdom never teaches people to destroy themselves for the comfort of others, to sacrifice their own well-being. Compassion and boundaries can exist together, my friends, can walk hand in hand. You can understand someone's wounds, their suffering, without allowing them to wound you repeatedly without opening yourself to further harm. You can recognize someone's suffering without giving them unlimited access to your peace, to your inner sanctuary. You can forgive internally, releasing the burden of hatred while still walking away externally, creating distance and protection. This distinction, my friends, saves many lives emotionally, rescues many spirits. Because wounded people often stay trapped inside harmful dynamics. Believing love requires endless tolerance, unlimited sacrifice. But acceptance is not submission, not surrender to mistreatment. Acceptance is seeing reality clearly enough to stop lying to yourself, to stop clinging to illusions. If someone continuously harms you, acceptance means recognizing the pattern honestly, with clear eyes, not fantasizing about their potential while ignoring their actions repeatedly. Potential is not behavior, my friend. Promises are not. Transformation. Words are not character. Reality is revealed through repeated action, through consistent patterns. And the ancient wisdom encourages awareness of reality over attachment to fantasy, over clinging to illusions. Many people suffer, my friends, because they fall in love with imagined versions of people, with their potential, instead of seeing who is actually standing in front of them, their true nature. They love possibility more than reality. They love hope more than truth. And while hope can be beautiful, a guiding light, hope disconnected from reality creates deep suffering, profound disappointment. At some point, peace requires seeing clearly, my friend, not cruelly, not harshly, but clearly, with an open, discerning heart. This clarity often creates grief first, a sharp ache, because when illusions disappear, when the veils are lifted, reality finally becomes fully visible, stark, and unyielding. A person realizes they may never love me the way I need. They may never apologize. They may never understand the pain they caused. They may never change. This realization can break the heart open, shattering old hopes. But strangely, wonderfully, it can also begin setting the heart free. Because now, emotional energy no longer needs to remain trapped in endless waiting, waiting for transformation, waiting for awareness, waiting for justice.
waiting for impossible emotional repayment. The mind can finally rest from trying to control another person's evolution, another person's path. That rest, my friends, matters deeply, profoundly, especially because human beings cannot force consciousness onto others. You cannot force empathy. You cannot force accountability. You cannot force emotional maturity. You cannot force self-awareness. And exhausting yourself trying to create these things inside another person often destroys peace inside yourself first, consumes your own spirit. This is why the ancient wisdom emphasizes letting go of attachment to outcomes, not because outcomes do not matter, no, but because emotional survival, your inner peace, cannot depend entirely on controlling people beyond your control, on manipulating circumstances. There is also another important truth hidden here, my friends. People's harmful actions often arise from their own suffering, their own conditioning, their own fear, their own ego, or their own unconsciousness. Again, this does not excuse harm, does not justify cruelty, but understanding this changes the emotional relationship with hatred. A deeply wounded person often wounds others, spreading their pain. An unconscious person often spreads unconsciousness, unaware of their impact. Someone disconnected from themselves often creates disconnection around them, a ripple effect. Seeing this creates compassion, my friends, without naivety. Compassion says, I understand suffering shapes behavior. Wisdom says, and I still need healthy boundaries. I still need to protect my peace. Both truths can exist together, can walk hand in hand. This balance is extremely important because many people swing between emotional extremes, either complete hatred, a consuming fire, or complete self-sacrifice, a total abandonment of self. The ancient wisdom teaches the middle path. Clear awareness, compassion, boundaries, non-attachment, inner peace, all existing together in harmony. This does not happen overnight, my friends, especially when pain is deep, when wounds are fresh. Some wounds require time, much time, before anger softens naturally, before its heat subsides. And the ancient wisdom does not ask you to force fake forgiveness while your nervous system is still overwhelmed, still reeling from the shock. Forced forgiveness often becomes another form of emotional suppression, burying the pain deeper. Real healing happens more honestly, more authentically. First awareness, then honesty, then grief, then clarity, then gradual release. The release comes not because the pain was small, not because it was insignificant, but because carrying endless emotional poison, that corrosive hatred, eventually becomes too heavy, too unbearable a burden. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of freedom, my friends, is realizing you no longer need another person to become good, to transform, before allowing yourself peace, before granting yourself rest. This realization changes relationships completely, profoundly. You stop emotionally chasing unavailable people, pursuing phantoms. Stop trying to rescue destructive people endlessly, sacrificing yourself. Stop sacrificing your nervous system trying to earn basic decency, basic respect. Stop bargaining with reality, with what is. Instead, awareness quietly says, this is who they are right now. This is their truth. That sentence is powerful, my friends, because many people keep loving people based on memory, based on fantasy, or based on potential, instead of present reality, instead of who is actually standing in front of them. But reality, my friends, is where peace exists. Not fantasy, not future projection, but reality, stark and true. And reality often reveals uncomfortable truths. Some people are not emotionally safe. Some people are deeply unconscious, unaware of their impact.
Some people repeatedly choose selfishness, their own needs above all else. Some people cannot meet your depth, cannot connect with your heart. Some people remain committed to behaviors that create suffering, that cause pain. Accepting this does not make you bitter, my friend. It makes you awake. Awake enough to stop abandoning yourself emotionally, to stop neglecting your own needs. Awake enough to stop waiting for unavailable people to become emotionally available through your suffering alone, through your sacrifice. Awake enough to stop confusing emotional attachment with love, with true connection. Because love without awareness often becomes self-destruction, a painful wound. True compassion includes yourself too, my friend. This is another lesson many people miss. They offer endless understanding to others, endless empathy, while offering none to themselves, to their own struggles. They excuse harmful behavior repeatedly while ignoring their own exhaustion, their own depletion. They prioritize another person's wounds while neglecting their own healing, their own path. Eventually, resentment grows, a bitter root, because self-betrayal always creates inner pain, a profound wound. Buddhist compassion begins inwardly first, my friend, not selfishly, but honestly. You matter too. Your peace matters too. Your nervous system matters too. Your boundaries matter too. This understanding changes the way you relate to difficult people. You stop needing to hate them to protect yourself. Hatred becomes unnecessary once clarity exists, once you see clearly. You simply see reality honestly and respond wisely. Sometimes wisely means distance, creating space. Sometimes wisely means compassion without closeness, an understanding from afar. Sometimes wisely means ending access, closing the door firmly. Sometimes wisely means grieving what never truly existed, mourning the illusion. And sometimes wisely means accepting that another person's journey, their path, belongs to them, not you. This acceptance creates tremendous emotional freedom, my friends, a profound liberation, because many people unconsciously carry responsibility for changing others, for fixing them. They believe, if I love them enough, they will heal. If I stay patient enough, they will awaken. If I explain myself perfectly, they will understand. But human beings, my friends, only truly change when they themselves become willing to see clearly, when they choose their own transformation. No amount of suffering on your part, no amount of sacrifice can force awareness into another person, can awaken them. This truth can feel heartbreaking, a profound loss, but it can also feel liberating, profoundly freeing, because once you stop trying to emotionally manage another person's consciousness, their journey, your energy returns to your own life again, to your own healing, to your own peace, to your own awareness. This is where acceptance becomes deeply practical, my friends, profoundly useful. You stop wasting life fighting reality emotionally. You stop trying to rewrite people internally, to reshape them. You stop demanding impossible emotional outcomes, and slowly, gently, your nervous system relaxes, finding its natural rhythm. Not because everyone becomes good, not because the world is perfect, but because your peace no longer depends entirely on controlling human behavior around you, on manipulating outcomes. This, my friends, is real inner freedom. Not the fantasy of a world where nobody ever hurts you, where pain never visits, but the wisdom of remaining grounded, centered, even when people disappoint you, even when life is challenging. And perhaps this is one of the most mature forms of love possible, my friend. To see people clearly, to understand their humanity, to recognize their wounds, to acknowledge their harmful actions honestly, and still refuse to let hatred completely consume your own heart, to poison your own spirit. Not because they deserve endless access to you, no,
but because your peace, your precious inner sanctuary, deserves protection too. This is why the ancient wisdom speaks so deeply about non-attachment, my friends. Non-attachment does not mean you stop caring, that you become indifferent. It means your soul stops becoming chained to what it cannot control, to what is outside its power. You stop gripping people emotionally so tightly that their behavior determines your entire inner state, your sense of well-being. You begin standing inside your own awareness more steadily, more firmly, and from that place, compassion becomes possible without self-destruction, without sacrificing yourself. This balance creates enormous peace, my friends, a profound tranquility, because eventually you realize something life-changing, something deeply liberating. You do not need to carry bitterness forever in order to honor your pain, to acknowledge its depth. You do not need endless hatred to prove something mattered, to prove its significance. You do not need revenge fantasies to protect your dignity, to feel whole. Sometimes the deepest dignity is quietly releasing emotional warfare entirely, laying down your inner weapons. Not because the pain was insignificant, no, it was profound, but because your inner life, your precious spirit, is too valuable to permanently hand over to resentment, to give it dominion. And maybe tonight, my friend, as the fire slowly turns to ash, this is what your heart most needs to hear. You are allowed to accept people as they truly are, their authentic selves, without approving of what they did, without condoning their actions. You are allowed to recognize harmful behavior, to see it clearly, without becoming consumed by hatred, without letting it poison your spirit. You are allowed to walk away peacefully from what continuously wounds you, from what drains your life. You are allowed to stop waiting for impossible transformation, for others to change before allowing yourself rest, before finding your own peace. Because acceptance is not saying what happened was okay. Acceptance is saying quietly, firmly, I finally see reality clearly enough to stop destroying myself fighting it, fighting this truth. And hidden inside that clarity, my friends, is the beginning of a much deeper, more profound peace. And as the heart slowly learns to stop fighting people for becoming who they truly are, no longer battling against their nature, another painful attachment begins revealing itself underneath the surface like a hidden root. Because sometimes suffering does not continue only because of what happened, not because of the initial wound. It continues because a part of you is still waiting, endlessly waiting, for life itself to finally admit that it hurt you unfairly, that it was unjust. Tonight, you are going to understand why many people remain emotionally trapped for years, for decades even, waiting for apologies, waiting for explanations, waiting for justice, or for emotional repayment that may never fully arrive, may never be delivered. And why inner freedom often begins the moment you stop postponing your peace until life apologizes first, until the world rectifies its wrongs. There is a hidden sentence, my friends, a quiet plea living inside many wounded hearts, even if it is never spoken out loud, never voiced. I cannot move on until this is made right. I cannot find peace until justice is served. At first, this sounds understandable, deeply human. Human beings naturally want resolution, want balance. When pain enters life unfairly, when injustice strikes, the heart cries out for acknowledgement, for recognition. It wants someone, something, to finally recognize the damage, to see the wound. It wants justice, a balancing of the scales. It wants understanding, a profound empathy. It wants the universe itself to say, yes, what happened to you was wrong. It was unfair. And sometimes, my friends, that acknowledgement does come.
Sometimes people apologize sincerely, genuinely, and it brings a measure of peace. Sometimes truth becomes visible, clear, and undeniable. Sometimes wounds are recognized openly, tenderly. But many times, life stays silent. The person who hurt you may never fully understand the impact of their actions, may never grasp the depth of your pain. The family that misunderstood you may never suddenly awaken emotionally, may never see your heart. The relationship that damaged your heart may never provide proper closure, a neat ending. The unfairness may never balance itself neatly, never make sense. And this is where many people become trapped emotionally, my friends. Not only in the pain itself, but in the endless waiting for emotional correction, for an external resolution. The mind keeps saying, once they apologize, then I can heal. Once life explains itself, truly explains, then I can relax. Once justice happens, visibly, then I can feel peace. But peace built on those conditions, my friends, becomes fragile, immensely fragile, because reality does not always provide emotional resolution. On demand does not bend to our will. This is one of the hardest ancient lessons to accept, truly difficult. Life does not always explain itself, does not always offer reasons, and suffering deepens when peace is postponed until reality behaves according to emotional expectation, according to our desires. Many people, unknowingly, spend years emotionally frozen, suspended in time, because they are waiting for the universe, for life, to reverse the feeling of injustice inside them, to rectify the wrong. They want acknowledgement before healing, validation before peace, repayment before release. And while this desire, my friends, is deeply human, a natural longing, it often becomes another form of attachment, a subtle clinging. Attachment to fairness, attachment to emotional symmetry. Attachment to the idea that pain must eventually be compensated in visible ways, in tangible forms, before the heart can rest, before it can find peace. But reality, my friends, moves differently, unfolds in its own mysterious way. Sometimes good people suffer without explanation, without a reason. Sometimes cruel people continue living comfortably, seemingly untouched by consequence. Sometimes apologies never arrive, never materialize. Sometimes misunderstandings remain permanent, unresolved. Sometimes love disappears without closure, without a final goodbye. And the mind struggles deeply against these truths, against this apparent injustice, because the ego wants emotional completion through external resolution, through a clear, satisfying narrative. Yet the ancient wisdom gently teaches that waiting endlessly for life to emotionally repair itself often creates even more suffering, a deeper wound. Because now the heart is not only hurting from the original wound, it is also hurting from unmet expectations of justice, from the longing for what did not come. This creates a second layer of pain, my friends. The first pain says, "This hurt me. This was unjust." The second pain says, "And life still has not corrected it. It is still unfair." That second layer often becomes heavier than the first, far more burdensome, because the nervous system remains emotionally suspended in unfinished waiting, waiting for fairness, waiting for acknowledgement, waiting for the world to finally understand, to validate their pain. This waiting, my friends, quietly drains life from people, saps their spirit. There are individuals who cannot fully enjoy the present, cannot truly embrace its moments, because a part of them is still emotionally standing in front of an old wound, demanding an explanation from existence itself. They replay events repeatedly, endlessly, hoping to finally discover why things unfolded the way they did, why it happened. They search for hidden meanings obsessively, turning over every stone. They mentally argue with reality, battling against what is. They wait for karma to arrive visibly, for justice to be served. And while waiting, years pass, precious years. Peace remains postponed. The body remains tense, perpetually on guard. The heart remains unresolved, agitated. The ancient wisdom does not deny the reality of injustice, my friends. It simply teaches that attachment to emotional repayment, to a specific form of justice, creates suffering. Because the mind keeps demanding something reality may never deliver, at least not in the form expected. This does not mean injustice is acceptable or that we should tolerate it. It means your peace, your precious inner sanctuary, cannot survive if it depends entirely on the universe behaving according to your emotional timetable, according to your expectations. That realization can feel painful at first, my friends, especially for deeply sensitive people, for people who genuinely tried to do good, to live with integrity. Because a part of the heart believes goodness should protect against unfairness, should shield us from harm. Yet life often reveals otherwise, showing its unpredictable, sometimes harsh face. And when this truth first becomes visible, when it truly sinks in, bitterness can easily grow, a bitter root taking hold. The mind says, after everything I gave, all my effort, this is what happened. After all my kindness, all my love, this is what I received. Why do I suffer while others seem untouched, free from pain? These questions, my friends, are ancient. Human beings have wrestled with them for thousands of years, since the beginning of time. The ancient wisdom does not answer them by promising perfect worldly fairness, by guaranteeing a just world. Instead, it points toward another possibility, a liberating path, freedom from demanding fairness before allowing yourself inner peace, before granting yourself rest. This is where inner freedom becomes deeply practical, my friends, because many people unknowingly hand control of their emotional life over to unresolved pain, to unaddressed injustice. They tell themselves, I will stop suffering once they finally understand me, once they see my truth. But what if they never understand? I will feel free once they regret losing me, once they acknowledge their mistake. But what if they never regret it openly, never voice it? I will heal once life makes this fair, once the scales balance. But what if life never arranges fairness in visible ways, in the way you expect? Does your peace then remain permanently postponed, forever out of reach? This, my friend, is the hidden prison many people live inside. Not only pain itself, but dependency on future emotional repayment, on external validation. The ancient wisdom gently asks another question, a profound inquiry. What if peace begins before the apology? What if healing begins before the explanation? What if your soul, your deepest self, does not actually need reality to bow before it, to acknowledge its suffering in order to rest, in order to find peace? That question, my friends, can transform a life because it returns power inward, to your own heart, instead of endlessly waiting outward for external solutions. This does not mean your pain was imaginary or that it didn't matter. It does not mean you deserved mistreatment. It does not mean accountability stops mattering. It simply means your nervous system, your precious being, deserves freedom, deserves peace, even if perfect closure never arrives, even if the apology is never spoken. There is tremendous suffering, my friends, in constantly mentally presenting your pain to an imaginary courtroom, waiting for existence itself to finally declare you innocent, to validate your suffering. The exhausted mind says, look what they did to me.
Look how unfair this was. Look how deeply I suffered. And yes, those things may be true, profoundly true. But endless emotional prosecution, that relentless inner battle, rarely creates peace. At some point, the heart becomes exhausted from trying to convince reality to emotionally apologize, because reality is not a person sitting across from you, capable of giving verbal reassurance, of offering comfort. Life unfolds through causes, conditions, impermanence, and uncertainty, a complex dance. Sometimes events make sense later, with hindsight. Sometimes they never fully do, remaining a mystery. And one of the deepest forms of maturity, my friends, is learning how to continue living, how to engage with life, even without complete emotional answers, even without understanding everything. This is extremely difficult, my friends, because the human mind wants narrative closure, wants a clean story. It wants a villain punished, a victim understood, a lesson fully explained, a neat resolution. But life often remains unfinished emotionally, its stories unresolved. This unfinishedness creates enormous discomfort, a deep agitation. Yet the ancient wisdom teaches that peace becomes possible when you stop demanding absolute resolution from an impermanent world, from a world of constant change. This does not mean becoming passive, a mere spectator. It means no longer chaining your inner freedom to impossible emotional guarantees, to promises that cannot be kept. Many people confuse acceptance with resignation here. They fear that if they stop demanding apologies internally, if they release their resentment, they are somehow betraying themselves, abandoning their own pain, but releasing attachment to. Apology, my friends, is not self-betrayal. It is emotional liberation, a profound release. Because now your healing no longer depends entirely on another person's awareness, their guilt, their maturity, or their conscience. You stop emotionally outsourcing your peace, placing it in someone else's hands. This is powerful, my friends. Especially because many people are waiting for closure from individuals incapable of giving healthy closure, incapable of offering what is needed. Some people lack self-awareness completely, are blind to their own impact. Some people avoid accountability, shying away from responsibility. Some people justify their behavior endlessly, caught in their own narratives. Some people cannot emotionally face the damage they caused, cannot bear to see it. And while waiting for these people to finally awaken, to transform, the wounded person remains trapped in emotional suspension, a painful limbo. But the ancient wisdom gently reminds us, you do not need another person's full understanding in order to begin healing. You do not need perfect acknowledgement before allowing yourself peace. You do not need life to reverse itself emotionally before you breathe fully again, before you truly live. This understanding creates enormous freedom, my friends, a profound liberation, because it loosens the emotional dependency on external correction, on external validation. And external correction is never fully controllable, never within our grasp. There is another painful truth hidden here, my friends. Sometimes the desire for apology is actually the deeper desire to feel seen, to be truly witnessed. The heart says, if they finally apologize, it means my pain mattered. If they finally acknowledge it, it means I mattered. My experience was real. This longing is deeply human, my friends. Human beings need recognition, need emotional validation, need understanding. But when validation becomes completely dependent on the person who caused the pain, on the source of the wound, suffering deepens dramatically, profoundly, because now your worth feels trapped behind someone else's awareness, someone else's capacity. This is why self-compassion matters so deeply, my friends. Self-compassion says, I know this hurt. I do not need to deny my experience. My pain was real, profoundly real.
Even if others never fully acknowledge it, never truly see it. That inner witnessing, that gentle self-acknowledgement becomes healing. Because many people keep waiting externally for validation, for others to see them. They can begin offering it inwardly, to themselves. This does not replace healthy accountability, no, but it frees the heart from emotional starvation while waiting endlessly for others to finally see clearly, to offer what they may never give. There is also something important to understand about resentment, my friends. Resentment often survives because the mind believes letting go means saying the unfairness did not matter, that the injustice was insignificant. But letting go is not denial. It is choosing not to permanently destroy your own nervous system, your own peace, by carrying unresolved emotional fire, that corrosive anger. Hatred exhausts the body, my friends, drains its vitality. Bitterness narrows perception, clouds the mind. Obsessive focus on unfairness keeps the mind trapped in old pain, circling its wounds. Eventually, the person suffering most continuously, most profoundly, becomes the one carrying the resentment, the one holding the burning coal. The ancient wisdom teaches compassion, my friends, not because everyone deserves unlimited access to you, no, but because hatred eventually poisons the one holding it, consumes their own spirit. Compassion here does not mean pretending injustice was acceptable. It means understanding human beings are deeply unconscious sometimes, deeply wounded, deeply reactive, deeply trapped inside their own conditioning. Again, this does not erase accountability, but it softens the endless emotional demand for cosmic revenge before allowing yourself peace, before granting yourself rest. Because revenge fantasies rarely heal wounds, my friends. They simply keep the mind emotionally attached to the original pain longer, prolonging its agony. This is why inner freedom feels so radical, so transformative. It says, quietly, firmly, I release myself from endless emotional waiting, from this futile vigil. Not because life became fair, no, but because your soul, your precious spirit, deserves rest too. It deserves peace. This shift, my friends, changes the way you experience suffering, transforms its nature. Instead of asking constantly, when will life repay me? When will justice arrive? You begin asking, how do I care for my heart now, in this moment? What does my spirit need? Instead of demanding, when will they finally understand? You begin noticing what parts of myself still need compassion, still need tenderness. Instead of mentally fighting reality endlessly, awareness begins returning to the present moment again, to this quiet now. This present moment return is deeply important, my friends, because unresolved injustice often traps attention entirely in the past, fixing it there. The body remains here, in the present, but emotionally the person still lives inside old injuries, still replaying unfair moments, still imagining different outcomes, still waiting for emotional correction. Meanwhile, life quietly continues moving. Sunlight still enters rooms, breath still moves, steady and rhythmic. Small moments still exist, waiting to be noticed. Future possibilities still exist, waiting to be explored. But attachment to unresolved pain makes these things difficult to notice, obscures their presence. This is why the ancient wisdom emphasizes non-attachment so strongly. Not because human pain is insignificant, no, it is profoundly real. But because attachment keeps attention frozen inside suffering, captive, long after the event itself ended. And perhaps one of the most difficult truths to accept, my friends, is this. Life may never fully explain why certain things happened. Some questions remain unanswered, shrouded in mystery.
Some losses remain mysterious, without clear reason. Some heartbreak never receives satisfying closure, never finds a neat ending. Some suffering never fits neatly into understandable narratives, into logical stories. The mind hates this uncertainty, my friends. It wants resolution desperately. Yet peace often begins the moment you stop demanding complete understanding before allowing yourself to live again, before finding your own way forward. This does not mean you suddenly stop feeling hurt, no. It means you stop feeding the hurt with endless emotional bargaining, with that futile negotiation. Because bargaining is exhausting, profoundly draining. The mind bargains with life constantly. If I stay angry, maybe justice will come. If I replay it enough, maybe clarity will arrive. If I suffer visibly enough, maybe reality will finally notice, will finally relent. But reality does not negotiate emotionally that way, my friends. At some point, the soul becomes tired, utterly weary, tired of waiting, tired of fighting, tired of carrying unfinished emotional wars, endless battles. And that exhaustion, my friends, can become sacred if it finally leads toward surrender. Not hopeless surrender, no. Peaceful surrender. The kind that quietly says, I may never receive the apology I deserved, and I no longer want my entire life trapped waiting for it. I choose peace now. That sentence, my friends, contains enormous wisdom, a profound strength, because it prioritizes your inner freedom over endless emotional dependency on external resolution, on external factors. This is not weakness. It is maturity, deep maturity. The maturity to understand that some wounds heal not, because life became fair, not because the world rectified its wrongs, but because the heart stopped demanding fairness before allowing itself rest, before granting itself peace. And strangely, wonderfully, once this attachment loosens, once its grip softens, the nervous system begins softening too. The body relaxes more deeply. The mind becomes quieter, less agitated. The emotional obsession decreases, its hold weakening. Not because the past vanished, no, but because the inner war around the past slowly ended. Its battles ceased. This creates space, my friends, for gratitude again. Not fake positivity, no, real gratitude. Gratitude for breath, for awareness, for the chance to still love despite disappointment, for the possibility of peace despite pain. This gratitude feels different, my friends, because it no longer depends on perfect circumstances, on an ideal world. It grows from acceptance, from a deep knowing. And acceptance, my friends, is one of the deepest forms of freedom the ancient wisdom offers. Not freedom from pain entirely, no, that is an illusion, but freedom from endless emotional resistance to reality, from that futile struggle. And maybe tonight, my friend, as the fire breathes its last embers, this is what your heart most needs to hear. You do not need life to kneel before you and apologize in order to begin healing. You do not need every wound fully acknowledged before allowing yourself peace. You do not need perfect justice before resting your nervous system, before finding your calm. Your pain mattered. Your suffering was real. Your heart deserved gentleness, deserved profound care. But your future does not deserve permanent imprisonment inside unfinished emotional waiting, inside that limbo. At some point, peace begins when you stop asking reality to emotionally rewrite itself before allowing yourself to breathe again, before allowing yourself to live. Because life may never apologize the way you hoped, my friend, but your soul can still become free anyway.
profoundly free. And as the heart slowly stops waiting for life to finally explain itself, to offer neat reasons, another quiet struggle begins revealing itself inside the human experience, like a secret stream murmuring beneath the earth. Because sometimes, my friends, the deepest suffering is not caused by the pain itself anymore, not by the initial wound. It is caused by the conflict between the part of you that is ready to move forward, to embrace new possibilities, and the part of you that is terrified to let go, to release its grip. Tonight, you are going to understand why the mind often clings to what the deeper self already knows is finished, already knows is complete, and why true peace begins when the inner war between holding on and releasing finally starts to soften, finally finds its quiet resolution. There are moments in life, my friends, when something inside you, a deep inner knowing, already understands the truth long before your mind accepts it, long before your ego is ready. You may feel it quietly at night, in the stillness after conversations, in the heaviness that appears every time you force yourself to keep hoping, to cling to a fragile possibility. In the profound exhaustion of pretending something still feels alive when deep down in your core, you know it no longer does, that its life has faded. A part of you, a wise, quiet part, already understands. The relationship is over emotionally. The old version of yourself is gone, a shadow of the past. The dream changed shape, transformed into something new. The waiting is draining your spirit, consuming your vitality. Something inside you already knows, profoundly. And yet the mind keeps fighting, keeps resisting. It keeps replaying, keeps analyzing, keeps bargaining, keeps searching for reasons to hold on just a little longer, just one more moment. This inner conflict, my friends, creates enormous suffering, a relentless battle, because the soul begins moving toward release, toward freedom, while the mind continues pulling backward, clinging desperately. It is like trying to walk forward, to take a step, while emotionally chained to something behind you, dragging its weight. Eventually, exhaustion appears, a profound weariness. Not only emotional exhaustion, but spiritual exhaustion. The kind that makes even simple moments feel heavy, burdensome. The ancient wisdom understands this struggle deeply, my friends. The mind clings because clinging creates the illusion of control, the false sense that we are doing something, that we are safe. If the mind keeps thinking about something endlessly, it feels active, productive. If it keeps analyzing, dissecting every detail, it feels productive, problem-solving. If it keeps hoping, clutching at possibility, it avoids grief temporarily. It postpones the pain of loss. But awareness, my friends, sees something different, a deeper truth. Awareness notices when attachment has become suffering, when clinging no longer brings joy, but only pain. Awareness notices when the soul no longer truly wants the thing itself, the object of attachment, but only relief from the fear of letting go, from the terror of emptiness. This distinction matters, my friends, deeply, because many people are not actually holding on to joy anymore. They are holding on to familiarity, to what is known, holding on to identity, to who they believe they are without that thing, holding on to imagined futures, to dreams that will not materialize, holding on to emotional habits, to old ways of being, holding on to fear of emptiness, of the unknown. And the mind fights release, battles against letting go, because it fears what comes after letting go. What if nothing replaces this? What if I feel utterly alone? What if I regret releasing it? What if I lose part of myself too, a piece of my soul? These fears are deeply human, my friends.
The ego naturally resists endings, resists completion, because endings create uncertainty, a vast unknown, and uncertainty terrifies the mind, its need for control. The mind would often rather stay attached to painful familiarity, to the known suffering, than step into unknown freedom, into the vast open space of possibility. This is why people sometimes remain emotionally connected to situations long after the soul has become exhausted by them, long after their spirit has been drained. A person stays attached to a relationship that no longer brings peace, that only brings pain. Attached to resentment that no longer serves healing, that only poisons the heart. Attached to old identities that no longer fit, like clothes that are too small. Attached to pain that no longer teaches anything new, that has yielded all its lessons. Not because the attachment feels good, no, but because release feels frightening, terrifying. The strange thing, my friends, is that the soul often grows tired, profoundly weary, before the mind does. Something deeper inside begins whispering, gently, persistently. This is hurting you now. This chapter is complete. You do not need to keep carrying this burden. But the mind argues back immediately, fiercely. No, not yet. Maybe. Things will change. Maybe if I try harder. Maybe if I wait longer. Maybe if I just hold on a little more. And this internal tug-of-war, my friends, can continue for years, for decades. The body feels tired. The heart feels heavy. The nervous system feels stretched thin, frayed. Yet the mind keeps resisting surrender, keeps fighting. This is one reason suffering becomes chronic, persistent. Not because life itself remains unchanged, no, but because the mind keeps emotionally holding open doors the deeper self is already trying to close gently, with grace. The ancient wisdom teaches that attachment often survives through illusion, through false beliefs. The illusion that holding on prevents loss, that clinging can stop change. The illusion that clinging protects love, preserves it forever. The illusion that endless thinking, endless rumination, creates safety, shields us from harm. But eventually awareness, that quiet, steady light, reveals another truth. Holding on does not stop change. It only delays peace, postpones true rest. This realization can feel heartbreaking at first, my friends, because many people confuse release with abandonment. They believe that letting go means they never truly cared, that their love was fleeting. But genuine release is not emotional indifference, not a cold turning away. Sometimes release is the deepest form of compassion possible, a profound act of kindness. Compassion toward yourself, toward your own weary heart. Compassion toward reality, toward the truth of what is. Compassion toward the profound truth that forcing what no longer flows naturally, what has run its course, only creates more suffering, more pain. This is why so many people feel strangely emotional, deeply moved when they finally stop fighting internally, when that inner war ceases. The tears often come not because they suddenly became weak, no, but because the nervous system is finally putting down a burden it carried too long, a weight. Too heavy. The body knows exhaustion before the mind admits it. The soul knows truth before the ego accepts it. You can feel this, my friend, in many areas of life. A person keeps trying to win approval from emotionally unavailable people, endlessly seeking their validation, even though something inside already knows it will never fully arrive, will never be granted. A person keeps chasing an old dream that no longer feels aligned, no longer resonates with their spirit, because they fear who they will become without it. They fear the unknown. A person keeps replaying a relationship, endlessly revisiting its details because the thought of fully grieving it, of truly letting go, feels unbearable, too painful. The deeper self often understands, my friends, long before conscious acceptance appears, before the mind agrees. But the mind resists because the mind loves certainty more than freedom. Even painful certainty can feel safer, more predictable than unfamiliar peace, than the vast unknown. This is why healing sometimes feels strangely uncomfortable at first. Not because healing is wrong, no, but because the nervous system became accustomed to struggle, to conflict. A person who spent years emotionally fighting, constantly battling, may feel restless, agitated when peace finally begins appearing, when calm settles. Silence feels unfamiliar, even unsettling. Stillness feels strange, almost suspicious. Calmness feels almost suspicious, like a trick. The mind asks, why am I not worrying? Should I still be thinking about this? Am I forgetting something important? Is something wrong? Because the mind became addicted to emotional activity, to constant thought, and release threatens the identity built around that activity, that struggle. This is why the ancient wisdom places such importance on awareness, my friends, rather than force. You cannot violently force the mind into peace, cannot command it. The mind softens gradually, gently, through understanding, through noticing, through compassionate awareness of attachment itself, of its grip. Awareness gently reveals, this constant mental struggle is exhausting you, dear one. This attachment is no longer protecting you, it is harming you. This overthinking is no longer creating wisdom, it is only creating more confusion. This emotional holding is no longer love, it is only prolonging pain. These realizations emerge slowly and often painfully because every attachment contains emotional investment, time invested, hope invested, identity invested, dreams invested. The ego says fiercely, if I release this, what was all that suffering for? Was it all for nothing? But awareness sees differently. Nothing was wasted. Every experience shaped understanding. Every heartbreak revealed truth. Every disappointment deepened awareness. Every ending transformed consciousness, somehow, subtly. Release does not erase meaning, my friends. It simply stops demanding continuation from what already completed its purpose, from what has run its course. This understanding creates softness, my friends. A softer relationship with endings, a softer relationship with change, a softer relationship with yourself, with your own journey. Many people secretly believe they must emotionally force themselves to let go completely, overnight, in a single dramatic act. But the ancient wisdom rarely works through violence, through aggression. It works through observation, through gentle noticing. You notice the suffering created by clinging. You notice the exhaustion. You notice the emotional repetition. You notice the tension inside your body every time attachment tightens its grip again. And, slowly, naturally, the desire for peace becomes stronger, more compelling than the desire to keep holding on, to cling to what is already gone. This shift matters deeply, my friends, because forced release often creates suppression, burying the pain deeper. True release, however, creates spaciousness, a feeling that the inner grip is loosening naturally, gently. Not because the memory disappeared, no. Not because the love was fake or never existed. Not because the pain never mattered or was insignificant. But because awareness finally understands, profoundly, this attachment is hurting me now. It is causing me pain. That understanding changes everything. Because once the mind truly sees the cost of holding on, the price of clinging, release begins feeling less like loss, less like abandonment, and more like mercy, a profound act of kindness. Mercy toward the nervous system, mercy toward the exhausted heart,
mercy toward the life waiting beyond the attachment, waiting to be lived. There is another hidden reason the mind resists release, my friends. The mind often confuses pain with connection. A person thinks, if I stop hurting, does that mean the relationship meant nothing? If I stop grieving, am I betraying the memory of what was lost? If I move forward, am I abandoning what mattered, what was cherished? These fears, my friends, create emotional paralysis, a profound stillness. The person remains attached to suffering because suffering feels like proof of love, proof of deep caring. But the ancient wisdom teaches that attachment and love are not identical. Love can exist without imprisonment. Love can exist without obsession. Love can exist without endless self-destruction, without causing harm to oneself. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do, my friend, is stop turning pain into a permanent residence inside yourself, into a dwelling place. Because endless suffering does not honor what was beautiful, does not respect its memory. It only extends inner conflict, prolongs the agony. The soul often understands this earlier than the mind, my friends. Something deeper begins longing for rest, for breath, for stillness, for freedom from endless emotional warfare, from that relentless battle. And this longing for peace, my friends, is not weakness. It is wisdom beginning to awaken, a quiet, profound knowing. There comes a moment, my friends, where the soul quietly asks, with a gentle, persistent voice, how much longer do we need to carry this burden? How much longer do we need to cling? That question can break something open inside a person profoundly, because many individuals never consciously examine how long they have been emotionally gripping the same pain, the same wound. Years pass, sometimes decades, and still the mind repeats the same arguments, the same hopes, the same fears, the same emotional negotiations with reality. Meanwhile, life continues moving, flowing onward. Seasons change, the body ages, new moments appear. Yet the mind remains trapped inside old attachment, fixed in its past. This creates deep suffering, my friends, because life naturally wants movement, wants to flow. Everything in existence changes. Breath changes, weather changes, relationships change, identity changes, thoughts change. Nothing remains fixed forever, immutable and constant, except through attachment. And attachment requires enormous energy to maintain, to sustain its grip. That is why clinging feels exhausting, profoundly draining. It goes against the natural movement of reality itself, against the very nature of existence. The ancient wisdom teaches impermanence, not to create sadness, not to instill dread, but to create freedom, a profound liberation. Because once you deeply understand that all things change, that nothing lasts forever, the desperate need to freeze life, to hold it captive, begins softening. You stop demanding permanence from temporary experiences, from fleeting moments. You stop expecting certainty from uncertain things, from the unpredictable currents of life. You stop fighting endings as if endings are personal attacks against you, as if they are meant to wound you. And gradually, my friends, the mind learns how to release more gently, more gracefully. This does not happen perfectly, no. Some days attachment returns strongly, its grip tightening. Some days grief rises again, fresh and poignant. Some days the mind wants to reopen old doors, to revisit old pain. That is normal. Healing is rarely linear, rarely a straight path. Awareness simply notices the pattern, observes it without becoming consumed by it again, without being swept away. You notice, my mind is gripping again, my fear is tightening again, my attachment is speaking again, whispering its old stories.
And instead of immediately obeying the attachment, instead of diving in, you breathe deeply, fully. You observe calmly with an open heart. You soften gently, releasing its hold. This practice, my friends, slowly, retrains the nervous system, repatterns its responses. The body learns that release does not equal death, does not mean annihilation. The mind learns that letting go does not erase meaning, does not diminish love. The heart learns that peace is possible without endless holding, without constant clinging. And eventually, something extraordinary happens, something truly beautiful. You stop needing to force release. Release begins happening naturally, organically, because awareness sees clearly. Now the attachment no longer feels nourishing. It feels heavy, a crushing weight. The overthinking no longer feels protective. It feels exhausting, draining your spirit. The emotional repetition no longer feels meaningful. It feels draining, consuming your life. This clarity, my friends, creates freedom. Not sudden, dramatic freedom, no. Quiet freedom. The kind where you suddenly notice the mind is no longer obsessing the way it used to. The memory appears, but it does not completely possess your body anymore, does not grip you. The old trigger appears, but you return to calmness faster, more easily. The emotional storm rises, but you no longer drown inside it completely, no longer lost in its fury. This is healing, my friends. Not perfection, not emotional numbness, but less inner warfare, less resistance, less attachment, more space, more breath, more presence. There is also a sacred sadness inside release, my friends, that many people avoid, that they shy away from, because releasing something often means fully acknowledging that a chapter truly ended, that its story is complete. No more bargaining, no more fantasy, no more emotional negotiation. Just reality, stark and true. And reality can feel devastating initially, utterly heartbreaking, especially when the attachment involved deep love, profound hope, personal identity, or intense longing. But strangely, wonderfully, once reality is finally accepted fully, completely, peace begins entering quietly, gently, because the war ended, its battles ceased. The endless internal argument stopped. The nervous system no longer needs to keep defending attachment constantly, no longer needs to fight. This is why surrender feels peaceful, profoundly so. After resistance finally exhausts itself, after its energy is depleted. Not because the pain vanished, no, but because the struggle against truth softened, its rigid grip loosened. The ancient wisdom understands surrender very differently from defeat, my friends. Defeat says, I lost, I failed. Surrender says, I stop fighting reality. I let go of the battle. Now that distinction matters enormously, profoundly, because many people remain emotionally trapped simply because they interpret surrender as failure, as weakness. But surrender, my friends, often becomes the doorway into freedom. Freedom from obsession, freedom from endless replaying, freedom from emotional exhaustion, freedom from trying to force life backward to rewrite its script. And perhaps the soul, your deepest self, has been longing for this freedom quietly all along. Not because it stopped caring, no, but because it understands something the frightened mind struggles to accept. Peace matters too. Rest matters too. Life beyond attachment matters too. There is still beauty waiting outside the emotional prison of endless holding, waiting to be discovered. Still sunlight, still connection, still laughter, still possibility, still breath, still presence. But the mind consumed by attachment cannot fully see these things, cannot truly perceive them, because all attention remains fixed on what it refuses to release, on what it clutches. This is why awareness becomes sacred, my friends. Awareness gently turns your face back toward life itself, toward the present, not through force, not through shame, but through compassionate truth. The profound truth that your soul deserves peace more than endless emotional captivity, more than endless struggle. And maybe tonight, my friend, as the night deepens and the world sleeps, this is what your heart most needs to hear. You do not need to keep fighting internally with what your deeper self already understands, already knows is true. You do not need to keep gripping what is exhausting your spirit, what is draining your vitality. You do not need to remain trapped inside emotional repetition forever, in that endless loop. Part of you already knows what no longer belongs in your hands, what is ready to be released. Part of you already feels how tired the struggle has become, how weary the battle. Part of you already longs for rest more than attachment, longs for peace more than clinging. Trust that part gently. Not all at once, not perfectly, but honestly, with an open heart. Because the moment the mind finally stops resisting what the soul is ready to release, something beautiful begins happening quietly inside you. The war softens, the breath deepens, the body relaxes, and peace, which was waiting patiently underneath all the struggle, finally begins finding space to return, to settle gently within you. And as the mind slowly loosens its grip on what the soul no longer wants to carry, no longer needs to hold, another truth quietly begins appearing beneath the silence, like a seed sprouting in the dark earth. Letting go, my friends, is not the end of suffering. No, sometimes the real challenge begins after the loss itself, after the ending, when the heart must decide whether pain will deepen wisdom, will open it to greater understanding, or slowly harden into bitterness, closing it off from life. Tonight, you are going to understand why loss changes people in very different ways, profoundly shaping their path, and how the ancient wisdom teaches the rare art of grieving deeply, truly feeling the sorrow without allowing that sorrow to poison your spirit forever, to consume your essence. There are people, my friends, who lose something precious, something deeply cherished, and become softer afterward, their hearts more tender, more compassionate. And there are people who lose something precious, something irreplaceable, and become harder, their hearts like stone, unyielding. The loss may look similar from the outside. Both hearts break, both feel the shattering. Both people cry, their tears flowing freely. Both experience disappointment, profound grief, crushing loneliness, bewildering confusion, or searing heartbreak. Yet over time, one person becomes more compassionate, more understanding, while the other becomes consumed by bitterness, trapped in its icy grip. This difference matters deeply, my friends, because loss itself is unavoidable in human life, an inevitable part of our journey. But bitterness is not. Bitterness is a choice, however unconscious. The ancient wisdom teaches that suffering can either awaken awareness, can illuminate our path, or strengthen attachment, can deepen our clinging. And one of the greatest dangers after pain, after deep wounds, is the slow, insidious transformation of grief into permanent emotional hardness, into an unyielding shell. Bitterness rarely arrives suddenly, like a storm. It grows quietly, slowly, like a persistent weed. A disappointment remains unresolved, its sting lingering. A betrayal remains unprocessed, its wound festering. A heartbreak remains emotionally active, its ache persistent. And slowly, subtly, The mind begins building protective conclusions around the pain, forming rigid beliefs. People cannot be trusted. Love only leads to suffering. Life always takes things away. Nothing good lasts. Opening your heart is dangerous, foolish. These thoughts, my friends, may feel protective at first, like a shield against further harm. But over time, they become emotional walls, thick and impenetrable, imprisoning the heart. The wounded heart stops allowing life to enter naturally, stops receiving its warmth. Not because it stopped needing love, no, but because it became terrified of losing again, of experiencing another wound. This is one reason bitterness feels so heavy, so burdensome. It is grief that never fully moved, never flowed. Grief that became trapped inside. Resistance, fear, and emotional guarding, frozen in time. Many bitter people are not truly angry at life itself, my friends. They are exhausted from carrying unresolved sorrow for too long, from a grief that was never allowed to breathe. The ancient wisdom understands this deeply. The teachings never promise a life without loss. In fact, the ancient path speaks openly about impermanence, about change, from the very beginning, from its first breath. Everything changes, everything moves, everything eventually transforms. Relationships change, bodies age, people leave, seasons end, dreams collapse. Nothing remains untouched by impermanence, by the ceaseless flow of time. At first, this truth, this stark reality, sounds painful, even cruel. But hidden inside it, like a profound secret, is wisdom. Because once you stop expecting permanence from temporary experiences, once you release your grip on what cannot be held, loss stops feeling like a personal betrayal from existence itself, like a targeted attack. This changes grief completely, transforms its nature. The heart still hurts, yes, profoundly. The tears still come, flowing freely. The absence still feels real, a gaping void. But the mind no longer keeps screaming fiercely, "This should not have happened! This is wrong!" That scream, my friends, is often where bitterness begins, where its seeds are sown. Bitterness grows when reality and expectation remain trapped in endless conflict, in a relentless battle. Reality says, "This ended, it is complete." Attachment says, "But I needed it to stay forever. It cannot be gone." Reality says, "This changed." Mind says, "But I wanted permanence. I longed for certainty." And slowly, sorrow hardens into resentment against life itself, against the very nature of existence. This is why the ancient wisdom teaches acceptance so deeply, so profoundly. Not because acceptance removes grief, no, grief is a natural process, but because acceptance prevents grief from becoming permanent inner poison, from consuming your spirit. There is a huge difference, my friends, a vast chasm between sadness and bitterness. Sadness remains alive, vibrant, allowing for flow. Bitterness becomes emotionally frozen, stagnant. Sadness still allows. Tenderness allows connection. Bitterness closes the heart, seals it off. Sadness says, "I loved deeply, and this hurts profoundly." Bitterness says fiercely, "I will never allow myself to feel deeply again. I will never open my heart." That difference, my friends, changes the direction of an entire life, transforms its trajectory. Because the bitter heart begins interpreting everything through old pain, through the lens of past wounds, new relationships become suspicious, fraught with doubt. New opportunities feel threatening, dangerous. New joy feels temporary and unsafe, fleeting. The nervous system remains guarded, tense, even when life becomes gentle again, even when peace offers its embrace. And slowly, subtly, bitterness creates isolation, not only from others but from life itself, from the possibility of joy. This is why Buddhist compassion matters after loss, my friends. Compassion keeps the heart from turning pain into identity, from becoming consumed by its narrative. It allows grief without worshiping suffering forever, without making it an altar. Many people secretly believe bitterness makes them strong, makes them resilient. They think emotional hardness protects against future pain, shields them from wounds. And yes, emotional numbness can temporarily create the illusion of safety, a fragile comfort. But numbness also blocks joy, blocks intimacy, blocks connection, blocks peace, blocks the very essence of life. A closed heart may avoid certain forms of pain, yes, but it also struggles deeply to fully experience love, to feel trust, to embrace gratitude, to be present. This is why bitterness eventually becomes its own prison, my friends, a self-made cage. The heart spends so much energy trying not to suffer again, trying to avoid future pain, that it stops truly living, stops engaging with life. The ancient wisdom offers another possibility, my friends, a liberating path. Not naive openness, a blind vulnerability, not pretending loss does not hurt or that it is insignificant, but remaining soft enough to stay human, to retain your tenderness, even after disappointment, even after deep wounds. This softness, my friends, is not weakness. It is enormous courage, a profound strength. Because after deep loss, remaining gentle requires strength. Remaining compassionate requires strength. Remaining open to life, to its unpredictable flow, requires strength. Anyone can become hardened by pain, can become bitter, but allowing suffering to deepen awareness instead of hatred, to refine the spirit instead of corroding it, is a rare spiritual practice, a profound art. This does not happen instantly, no. Loss often arrives in waves, ebbing and flowing. Some days acceptance feels possible, a gentle breeze. Other days anger returns suddenly, a fiery storm. Some days peace appears briefly, a moment of calm. Other days grief feels endless again, a vast ocean of sorrow. This movement, this ebb and flow, is natural. The ancient wisdom does not ask people to become emotionless saints overnight, to transcend all feeling. It asks for awareness. Awareness notices when pain begins turning into bitterness, when its edges harden. Awareness notices when fear begins replacing openness, when the heart closes. Awareness notices when sorrow starts becoming identity, when it defines the self. And through awareness, my friends, choice becomes possible again. A person begins noticing, I am becoming emotionally closed. I am carrying resentment everywhere, a heavy burden. My heart is staying trapped in old pain frozen in the past. That noticing matters, my friends, profoundly, because without awareness, bitterness quietly becomes personality, a fixed trait. Some people become so attached to disappointment, so defined by it, that they stop remembering who they were before the pain, before the wound. They introduce themselves to life through cynicism, through mistrust, through emotional distance, through their guard. The original grief slowly disappears, underneath layers of hardness buried beneath the shell. But underneath bitterness, my friends, there is often still sadness, a deep, unacknowledged sorrow waiting to be acknowledged honestly, waiting to be seen. This is why grief deserves gentleness, my friends, profound tenderness, not endless suppression, not endless dramatization. Gentleness, the kind that allows tears without shame, allows sorrow without self-destruction, allows mourning without permanent hopelessness. Many people never fully grieve honestly because they fear grief will destroy them, will consume them entirely. So instead, they convert grief into anger. Anger feels more powerful, more controlled, more protective, a shield. But buried grief eventually exhausts the nervous system, my friends, depletes its vitality. The body keeps carrying emotional tension, its muscles clenched, long after the original loss, long after the storm has passed. This is why Buddhist mindfulness practices often focus on allowing emotions to move naturally, to flow, instead of resisting them constantly, fighting their presence. A person sits quietly with sorrow, breathes with it, observes it, feels it without turning it into permanent identity, without making it their entire story. This practice slowly softens emotional rigidity, my friends, because bitterness often survives through avoidance. Avoidance of vulnerability, avoidance of grief, avoidance of tenderness, avoidance of the raw, undeniable truth that something meaningful was lost, that a wound was inflicted. But healing begins when the heart finally stops running from that. Truth stops fleeing its presence. Not dramatically, not forcefully, just honestly. Yes, this mattered. Yes, this hurts. Yes, I miss what was lost. That honesty, my friends, creates movement, creates flow, and movement prevents emotional freezing, prevents the heart from hardening. There is another hidden reason people become bitter after loss, my friends. Loss often wounds the ego's sense of control. The mind secretly believes, if I love carefully enough, nothing will leave. If I become good enough, life will stop hurting me. If I do everything correctly, permanence will finally arrive and I will be safe. But impermanence, my friends, touches everyone eventually, without exception. No amount of perfection, no amount of careful effort protects against change forever. This realization can either create humility or bitterness. Humility says, loss is part of being human, part of this shared journey. Bitterness says fiercely, life personally betrayed me. It singled me out. The bitter mind personalizes impermanence, makes it a personal attack. It interprets change, the natural flow of life, as punishment. But the ancient wisdom teaches that change is not punishment, my friends. Change is the nature of existence itself, the very fabric of reality. This understanding softens suffering tremendously, profoundly, because now loss stops being evidence that life singled you out unfairly, that you were specially targeted. Instead, loss becomes part of the shared human condition, a universal experience. Everyone loses eventually. Everyone grieves eventually. Everyone experiences endings eventually. This realization creates compassion, my friends, not only for yourself, but for others too. You begin seeing that behind many harsh people, many rigid hearts, is unresolved sorrow, unacknowledged grief. Behind many angry people, many bitter souls, is unprocessed grief, unhealed wounds. Behind many emotionally distant people is fear of loss, fear of vulnerability. Pain shapes human behavior constantly. This awareness does not excuse harmful actions, no, but it deepens understanding, and understanding prevents hatred from fully taking root, from consuming the heart. This matters, my friends, because bitterness often isolates people emotionally, cuts them off. The bitter person says, nobody understands, nobody cares, nobody can be trusted. And slowly, painfully, loneliness deepens, becoming a profound ache. But compassion reconnects the heart to humanity again, to the shared human experience. Compassion says, suffering touches everyone. Fear touches everyone. Loss touches everyone. This shared understanding softens emotional separation, lessens the feeling of being alone. Not because pain disappears, no, but because isolation decreases, the sense of being cut off diminishes. Buddhist teachings often emphasize loving kindness for this reason, my friends, not sentimental positivity, not a forced cheerfulness. Genuine goodwill toward yourself and others despite imperfection, despite flaws. Loving kindness becomes especially important after loss because grief naturally narrows awareness, focuses it intensely. Pain makes the mind focus entirely on absence, entirely on what disappeared, entirely on what ended, on the void. But loving kindness gently widens awareness again, expands its gaze. You begin noticing beauty that still exists, small wonders. Breath still exists. Sunlight still exists. Connection still exists. Peace still exists in moments, in fleeting glimpses. Not to erase grief, no, but to remind the heart that life did not end entirely with the loss, that its flow continues. This balance matters deeply. Some people become afraid to experience joy again after loss because joy feels disloyal to grief, feels like a betrayal. They think, if I laugh again, I am forgetting. If I feel peaceful again, maybe the loss did not matter. Maybe my love was insignificant. But healing does not dishonor love, my friends. Bitterness dishonors life far more than peace ever could, far more than joy. A person who loved deeply, profoundly, can still smile again, can still feel warmth again, can still experience meaning again, not because the loss vanished, no, but because the heart slowly learned how to carry sorrow without becoming consumed by it, without letting it take over. This is one of the deepest ancient practices, my friends, holding grief gently instead of turning it into permanent emotional armor. Armor seems protective at first. Yes, it shields against blows. But armor also blocks touch, blocks tenderness, blocks life, blocks connection. Many wounded people secretly long for connection, for intimacy, while simultaneously protecting themselves against it constantly, keeping their guard up. The nervous system remains prepared for future pain, prepared for abandonment, prepared for disappointment. But this constant preparation creates chronic tension. My friends, a relentless agitation. The body never fully relaxes. The heart never fully opens. Life becomes emotionally distant, a faraway echo. The ancient wisdom invites another way of living, not reckless vulnerability, a blind trust, but wise openness, a discerning heart. The understanding that pain may come again someday, yes, yet life is still worth meeting with presence, with an open heart, instead of permanent fear, instead of constant guarding. This perspective changes everything, because now love becomes an experience to appreciate, not a possession to control forever. Moments become precious because they are temporary, fleeting. Connection becomes meaningful because it changes, because it evolves. Life becomes vivid because it cannot be frozen, cannot be held captive. Impermanence stops being only tragic. It also becomes what makes existence sacred, what makes it precious. A flower matters partly because it does not bloom forever. A sunset matters because it fades. A conversation matters because moments pass, never to be exactly repeated. This understanding softens the desperate need to control life completely, and when control softens, bitterness softens too. Because bitterness often grows from demanding permanence from impermanent things, from clinging to what cannot be held. The ancient path gently teaches, love fully, grieve honestly, accept change, remain soft, continue living. This path is difficult, my friends, very difficult, especially after deep loss.
But it creates inner freedom, freedom from emotional imprisonment, freedom from endless resentment, freedom from becoming hardened permanently by pain. And perhaps one of the most beautiful truths hidden here, my friends, is this. The heart can break without becoming ruined. A person can lose deeply, profoundly, without losing their humanity, their tenderness. A soul can grieve honestly, with open tears, without turning cold forever. This is rare wisdom, the wisdom of remaining compassionate inside an impermanent world, a world of constant change. The wisdom of allowing sorrow to deepen tenderness instead of destroying it, instead of hardening the heart. The wisdom of understanding that bitterness is not proof of strength. Peace is, because bitterness keeps the wound alive endlessly, keeps it festering. Peace allows the wound to breathe, to heal, to mend. And slowly, over time, what once felt unbearable, an agonizing weight, becomes something quieter, something more integrated. Not forgotten, no. Not erased, no, but integrated. Part of the story without becoming the entire story. This is healing. Not becoming untouched by pain, not immune to suffering, but becoming less afraid of life because of pain, less guarded. And maybe tonight, my friend, as the fire settles and the world sleeps, this is what your heart most needs to hear. Loss does not have to turn you bitter in order to prove it mattered, in order to validate its significance. You do not need to harden your soul to survive grief. You do not need to close your heart forever to protect yourself from impermanence, from the inevitable changes of life. You are allowed to mourn honestly, to feel your sorrow, while still remaining open to life, to its possibilities. You are allowed to miss what ended, to long for what was while still embracing what remains, what is here now. You are allowed to carry sorrow without carrying hatred beside it, without letting bitterness consume you. Because the deepest form of strength, my friend, is not becoming emotionally untouchable, a hardened shell. It is learning how to keep your heart gentle, soft, and open in a world where everything, eventually, changes, where impermanence is the only constant. And as the heart slowly learns how to carry loss without becoming hardened by it, without letting it turn to bitterness, another quiet misunderstanding begins revealing itself underneath so much human suffering, like a hidden spring. Because many people are not only hurt by disappointment itself, by the setback, they are hurt by what they believe disappointment says about them, what it signifies about their worth. Tonight you are going to understand why the mind so often turns ordinary human disappointment, a common experience, into proof of personal inadequacy, into a verdict of unworthiness, and how the ancient wisdom teaches a gentler way of meeting failure, rejection, and unmet expectations without losing yourself inside them, without letting them define you entirely. There are moments in life, my friends, that seem small on the surface, almost insignificant, but quietly shake a person's entire sense of worth, their very foundation of self. A message goes unanswered. An expected word never comes. A relationship ends unexpectedly. An opportunity disappears, vanishing like mist. A dream fails, crumbling to dust. Someone else gets chosen, and you are left behind. Plans collapse, falling apart, and almost instantly, without conscious thought, the mind asks a painful, insidious question. What does this say about me? What does this mean about my value? This question, my friends, creates enormous suffering, a profound ache, because the human mind constantly personalizes disappointment, makes it about itself. Instead of seeing disappointment as part of life's uncertainty, as part of the natural flow,
Many people interpret it as undeniable evidence of their inadequacy, of their flaws. A failed relationship becomes, I was not lovable enough. There is something wrong with me. A rejection becomes, I was not valuable enough. I am unworthy. A mistake becomes, I am a failure. I am fundamentally flawed. A closed door becomes, there must be something wrong with me. I am not good enough. And slowly, subtly, disappointment stops being merely an experience, a passing feeling, and becomes identity, becomes who you believe you are. This is one reason people suffer so deeply, my friends. Not only because life disappoints them, as it inevitably will, but because they turn disappointment into a verdict about their worth, a judgment against their very being. The ancient wisdom teaches something profoundly healing here, a liberating truth. Events happen, conditions change, outcomes unfold. But the mind adds identity to these experiences afterward, weaving stories. The pain of disappointment is natural, a human response. The belief that disappointment defines your value, that it summarizes your worth, is added suffering, an extra burden. That added suffering becomes heavy over time, profoundly heavy, because human life contains endless uncertainty, countless twists and turns. Not every effort succeeds, no matter how sincere. Not every relationship lasts, no matter how deep the love. Not every dream unfolds the way you hoped, the way you envisioned. Not every. Season brings visible reward, brings fruition. And if every disappointment, every setback becomes proof of unworthiness, of inadequacy, then inner peace becomes impossible, forever out of reach. The nervous system remains trapped in constant self-measurement, perpetually on guard. Always scanning life for evidence of inadequacy, always comparing yourself to others, always fearing failure, always trying to protect identity from disappointment, from perceived flaws. This creates deep exhaustion, my friends, a profound weariness of spirit. Many people do not realize how much of their emotional pain comes from the constant interpretation of events, from the stories they tell themselves, rather than the events themselves. I remember two young apprentices at the temple, both failing their first attempt to carve a Buddha statue from wood. The master, old Master Han, had given them the same wood, the same tools. For one, the failure was a deep sadness, a frustration with his own lack of skill. He saw the broken statue and said, I need more practice. I must learn patience. For the other, the failure became a profound shame, an inner collapse. He saw the broken statue and said, I am a failure. I am not worthy to be a monk. I am useless. The external event, the broken statue, was identical. The internal suffering, my friends, became completely different. This is why awareness matters so deeply in the ancient way. Awareness notices the stories the mind creates after disappointment. It notices how quickly the ego personalizes pain, makes it about self. How quickly it turns temporary outcomes, fleeting results, into permanent identity, into an unchangeable truth. And once this process becomes visible, once it is brought into the light, freedom begins. Because now you can separate what happened, the event, from who you are, your true self. This distinction, my friends, changes everything, profoundly. A relationship ending means the relationship ended. It does not automatically mean you are unworthy of love. A career failure means something did not work, a specific effort. It does not automatically mean you are worthless as a human being. Someone not choosing you means they made a choice, a preference. It does not automatically define your value as a human being, your intrinsic worth. Yet the mind collapses these things together constantly, merging them into one painful truth. This happens partly because the ego wants certainty, my friends. It wants clear explanations for pain, for suffering. And self-blame often feels emotionally simpler, more concrete than uncertainty, than the vast unknown. If something failed because I am defective, because I am flawed, then at least the mind believes it found an answer, a reason. But reality, my friends, is rarely that simple. Life unfolds through countless conditions, a complex tapestry. Timing matters. Circumstances matter. Compatibility matters. Other people's consciousness matters. Their own journeys. Luck matters. Emotional readiness matters. Impermanence matters. The ceaseless flow. The ancient wisdom teaches interdependence for this reason. No single outcome fully defines an entire human being. Everything arises through many causes and conditions interacting together, a vast web. This understanding softens the ego's desperate need to turn every disappointment into personal condemnation, into a judgment of self. Because many painful outcomes were never entirely about your worth to begin with, my friend. Some relationships fail because two nervous systems simply cannot meet safely, cannot connect deeply. Some opportunities disappear because timing changes, because the path shifts. Some dreams collapse because life redirects growth elsewhere, towards a different purpose. Some disappointments simply reflect impermanence itself, the changing nature of all things. Yet the wounded mind interprets everything personally, making it about self. This personalizing becomes especially strong for people who learned early in life that love or worth depended on performance, on achievement, on meeting expectations. A child praised only when succeeding, when achieving, may grow into an adult terrified of disappointment, of failure. A child criticized constantly, relentlessly, may interpret every setback as confirmation of inadequacy, as proof of their flaws. A child who learned to earn affection through achievement, through pleasing others, may experience failure as emotional collapse, a total devastation. And slowly, my friends, disappointment becomes emotionally dangerous, a profound threat. Not because disappointment itself destroys people, no, but because identity becomes fused with outcomes, with results. This is why some individuals cannot rest after setbacks, cannot find peace. Their nervous system treats disappointment like proof of unworthiness, like a fundamental defect, instead of part of human life, part of the journey. The body tightens, the mind spirals caught in a loop. Shame appears immediately, a searing heat. Not just sadness, not just frustration, but shame. And shame says, this happened because there is something fundamentally wrong with me. I am broken. The ancient wisdom gently interrupts this voice, this insidious whisper, not by denying pain, no, but by reminding you that suffering does not equal identity. A difficult experience does not summarize your entire existence. You are larger than one outcome, larger than one chapter, larger than one rejection, larger than one mistake. This perspective, my friends, creates space inside the mind. And space matters profoundly, because without space, disappointment immediately becomes self-destruction, a relentless attack on oneself. Many people, my friends, are far harsher toward themselves than reality itself ever was. A small mistake becomes endless self-attack, a brutal condemnation. A rejection becomes proof they should stop trying entirely, give up on their dreams. A failed attempt becomes a reason to emotionally punish themselves for years, for decades. This inner cruelty, my friends, deepens suffering dramatically, profoundly, especially because life already contains enough difficulty, enough challenge, without the mind adding endless self-hatred on top of it, an extra burden. Buddhist compassion becomes essential here. Compassion does not say disappointment feels good or that it is welcome. Compassion says, you are still worthy of gentleness, of kindness, even when things do not go as planned, even when you struggle.
This is difficult for many people to accept because modern culture often teaches conditional worth.
Perform well and you matter. Achieve enough and you deserve rest. Succeed visibly and you deserve love. You are worthy. But the ancient wisdom teaches that worth is not something earned through perfect outcomes, through flawless performance. Human beings are already inherently vulnerable, imperfect, changing creatures. Disappointment is part of being alive. Failure is part of learning. Loss is part of existence.
No human escapes these things completely. No one is immune. And once this truth is deeply understood, truly absorbed, disappointment stops feeling like evidence of personal defect, of a fundamental flaw. Instead, it becomes part of the shared human experience, a universal thread. This understanding creates humility, my friends, not humiliation. Humility says, I am human. Sometimes things fail. Sometimes life changes direction. Sometimes effort does not guarantee outcome. That perspective softens the nervous system enormously, profoundly, because now the body no longer needs to interpret every disappointment as emotional catastrophe, as a total collapse. There is also another hidden suffering many people carry, my friends. They secretly believe disappointment should not happen if they are spiritually good, emotionally aware, kind enough, or hardworking enough. But life, my friend, does not function like a reward machine, distributing perfect outcomes to deserving people. Even wise people experience disappointment. Even loving people experience rejection. Even compassionate people lose things, suffer losses. This does not mean life is cruel, no. It means life is impermanent, uncertain, complex, and deeply beyond total control. The ego resists this truth because the ego wants guarantees. It wants to believe perfect effort creates perfect safety, a foolproof shield. But the ancient wisdom teaches freedom through acceptance instead of control. Not passive surrender, no. Clear seeing. The understanding that disappointment belongs to life itself, to its very nature, not to your personal failure alone. This changes how the heart responds after setbacks, transforms its reaction. Instead of immediately collapsing into shame, awareness begins asking gentler questions. What can this teach me? What conditions contributed to this outcome? What expectations was I attached to? How do I care for myself now, in this moment? These questions create growth, my friends. Create understanding instead of self-destruction, instead of condemnation. Because the goal of awareness is not perfection. The goal is wisdom, and wisdom rarely grows through self-hatred, through harshness. Many people secretly believe self-criticism motivates growth, that harshness is a good teacher. But harshness often creates paralysis, my friends, a profound stagnation. Instead, the frightened nervous system becomes afraid to try, afraid to risk, afraid to fail again. This fear slowly shrinks life, constricts its possibilities. The person stops attempting things, not because they no longer care, no, but because disappointment became emotionally unbearable. Too much to hold. This is why Buddhist non-attachment matters so deeply, my friends. Non-attachment does not mean you stop caring about goals, relationships, or dreams. It means your identity no longer completely depends on specific outcomes, on external results. You can work hard, diligently, without collapsing if things change, if the path shifts. You can love deeply, profoundly, without turning rejection into self-erasure, into a total annihilation of self. You can. Hope, sincerely, with an open heart, without emotionally dying every time life redirects you, every time the flow changes. This flexibility, my friends, creates resilience, not rigid toughness. Flexible resilience, like bamboo bending gracefully during storms instead of snapping. Rigid identity breaks easily under disappointment. Flexible awareness adapts, flows, finds its way. This adaptation is one of the deepest forms of inner freedom, my friends, because now disappointment becomes information, a lesson, instead of condemnation, a judgment. A relationship ending may reveal incompatibility instead of unworthiness. A failure may reveal timing issues instead of personal defect. A setback may reveal redirection instead of permanent defeat. This does not erase pain, no, but it removes the extra suffering created by self-judgment, by that harsh inner critic. And self-judgment, my friends, creates enormous suffering. Many people spend more energy attacking themselves after disappointment than they spent experiencing the disappointment itself. The event happens once, the mind punishes endlessly afterward. This punishment often comes from unconscious beliefs learned long ago in childhood. If I fail, I lose love. If I disappoint people, I lose value. If I make mistakes, I become unacceptable. These beliefs create deep fear around ordinary human imperfection. But the ancient wisdom gently reminds us that imperfection is not failure of existence. Imperfection is existence itself, the very nature of reality. Everything changes. Everything remains incomplete. Everything evolves continuously. No human being becomes permanently flawless. And perhaps freedom begins the moment you stop demanding impossible perfection from yourself before allowing yourself compassion, before granting yourself grace. There's another hidden problem with personalizing disappointment, my friends. It creates comparison constantly, a relentless measuring. The mind says, they succeeded, so why not me? They were chosen, so what is wrong with me? They found happiness, so why am I struggling? Comparison deepens suffering because it removes context completely. You compare your internal pain, your private struggle, to another person's visible outcome, their external success. But every human being carries invisible conditions, fears, timing, struggles, and karmic paths you cannot fully see, cannot truly comprehend. The ancient wisdom teaches mindfulness partly because comparison pulls attention away from direct experience, from the truth of your own moment. The comparing mind never rests, never finds peace. It constantly measures worth externally, based on others' achievements. But external outcomes fluctuate endlessly. If identity depends entirely on success, praise, or achievement, inner stability disappears whenever life changes, whenever the external shifts. This is why Buddhist teachings emphasize inner awareness instead of external validation. Because external validation is temporary. Praise changes, opinions change, outcomes change. But awareness remains available underneath all changing conditions, a steady, unwavering presence. This awareness creates grounding, my friends, a deep root in the earth. The grounded person still feels disappointment, still feels sadness, still feels frustration, but they no longer interpret every painful event as proof of personal defect, as a fundamental flaw. That distinction changes emotional life completely. The nervous system relaxes more easily. The mind becomes less catastrophic, less prone to despair. The heart remains softer after setbacks, and gradually, courage returns, because people stop fearing disappointment as total emotional annihilation, as a complete collapse. They begin understanding, I can survive unmet expectations. I can survive redirection. I can survive not being chosen. I can survive this.
This understanding creates confidence, my friends, far deeper than arrogance ever could. Arrogance depends on winning constantly, on being superior. True confidence survives imperfection. True confidence survives uncertainty. True confidence survives disappointment without losing self-respect entirely, without abandoning oneself. This is one reason Buddhist wisdom often appears calm, serene, not because enlightened people never experience setbacks, no, but because they stop treating impermanence like personal failure, like a defect. A storm arrives, a chapter ends, a plan changes, and awareness responds with less resistance, less identity collapse, less emotional warfare. This does not mean becoming emotionally numb. It means remaining compassionate toward yourself, inside changing circumstances, inside the unpredictable flow of life. There is tremendous healing in learning how to disappoint yourself without abandoning yourself. This is a skill many people never learned. They learned achievement, performance, perfectionism, people-pleasing. But they never learned self-compassion during imperfection, during struggle. So every disappointment becomes emotional exile, a banishment from self-love. The person withdraws love from themselves the moment they struggle, the moment they fall short. But Buddhist compassion remains present even in failure, especially in failure, because suffering already hurts enough without self-rejection added to it, without self-condemnation. This is why gentleness matters so deeply. A gentle mind heals faster than a brutal one. A compassionate nervous system adapts better than a shamed one. And perhaps what many people truly need after disappointment is not harsher discipline, but wiser understanding. The understanding that life-changing direction does not erase human worth. The understanding that outcomes do not fully define identity. The understanding that imperfection is woven into existence itself, part of its very fabric. And maybe tonight, my friend, as the fire flickers and the stories settle, this is what your heart most needs to hear. Disappointment does not mean you are broken. Rejection does not mean you are unlovable. Failure does not mean you are worthless. Sometimes things simply unfold differently than the mind hoped. Sometimes life redirects you, gently guiding you to another path. Sometimes timing changes, the season shifts. Sometimes impermanence moves through your bud. Plans, reshaping them. And none of these things erase your humanity, your intrinsic worth. You are allowed to feel sadness without turning sadness into shame. You are allowed to grieve unmet expectations without deciding you are inadequate. You are allowed to fail without abandoning yourself emotionally, without withdrawing your love. Because your worth was never meant to depend entirely on whether life unfolded perfectly, on whether every outcome aligned with your desires. And the moment you stop treating disappointment as proof that something is wrong with you, that you are flawed, suffering begins loosening its grip around your heart, releasing its hold. And maybe that, my friend, is the deepest truth hidden inside all of these teachings, whispered across the centuries. Peace was never going to come from controlling every outcome, from manipulating the world to your will. It was never going to come from changing the past, from rewriting history. It was never going to come from forcing people to become different, to conform to your desires. And it was never going to come from making life unfold exactly the way you hoped, the way you painstakingly planned. Real inner freedom begins the moment you stop fighting reality, that relentless inner battle, and start meeting life just as it is, with awareness, with compassion, and with acceptance. Tonight you learned that pain does not have to become your identity, does not have to define you. Disappointment does not define your worth. Loss does not have to make you bitter and closed. And closed doors are not proof that. You are broken or unworthy. You learned that some things, many things, cannot be changed, cannot be altered, but your relationship with them, your inner stance, can be transformed. And sometimes, my friends, that changes everything. The mind may still wander back to old wounds, to familiar pains. Sometimes that is part of being human, part of our nature. But now you know how to return. Return to the breath. Return to the present moment. Return to the quiet. Understanding that peace does not come from rewriting life's story. It comes from finally allowing life to be what it is, in all its messy, beautiful impermanence, without losing yourself inside it. Thank you for listening to Zen Mind Sleep. May you find deep peace and restful sleep.